appreciate that.
Shall I just ask for some guidance about how we're going to approach this? We haven't got a bucket of water. Yes.
No, it's a non-share.
It's out on the desk out the front. So, Aaron, what are you going to do about the requests? I mean, there are some generic ones like toilets. So we raise things, you're not going to go through them one by one.
Well, if they're on this list, they've got to Kia ora koutou, ka me nui kia koutou kia ora. Welcome back, everybody. It's 9:05. Apologies for lateness. At the end of yesterday's meeting, we were anticipating the return of the transport team to pick up where we left off with regard to the rail discussion. Ms Benson is in another meeting until 10, so we'll come back to that later on this morning, because having that discussion in the absence of the group manager for transport seems suboptimal. So we'll move to item 12, funding requests, which is a compendium of resourcing requests that have come via submissions. In terms of process, thank you. I'll take a speaking order of people who want to raise issues individually, and then we're not manually going through all of these, but if people have things that they wanted to raise that came out of submissions, then this is the opportunity for them to do that. Councillor Benson.
Well, there are two that spring to mind for me amongst the list, the shopping list that I compiled during the hearings, Mr Chairman, and I think they're both areas where it would be appropriate for further report from staff, either to this process or to the long-term plan process. The first one is a number of requests from various bodies for public toilets in various places, and clearly there is budgeting in respect of that anyway, and I think I'd like to request a report from a staff report explaining the current priority. It's always difficult on this topic, isn't it? The current pressures on the budget and what's planned, and some comment about the requests that were made for the ones on cycle trails or the ones at Purakanui or wherever it might be. That's the first one. And the second one is in respect to the funding of school sports fields, because you'll all recall the request in respect of Littlebourne, and there are obviously a range of options which are evidenced in the report, from 4K to 400, or if you're building a library, 900 million. That would be appropriate to know what our involvement is with other schools. I know Bayfield Park, for example, is owned by the city. I'm not sure about the playing fields at Kings. I know Queen's uses Tonga, so I think we should have some background on all of this before we make a decision on that.
That's fine. Councillor Lord and Councillor Gary.
Yeah, I had a concern. It's 2 years in a row we've had, I've forgotten his name, Peter, talk about the archives. And I'm just wondering if the archives in the basement, if there's something, if it's as serious as he thinks, or whether we need to build some special facility or move them into the library or something. I'm not sure where or what.
Thank you. Councillor Gary.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. I'd like to foreshadow a motion around requesting a report. Would it be an appropriate time to get with the GSO?
No, at the moment I'm just taking a speaking order of people who want to raise things.
That's fine. So mine's around the provision of public toilets and including the changing places bathroom
Yeah.
for the disability community.
Thank you. Councillor Elder?
I just want to bring up two, and it won't be any surprise to anybody that.
Dunedin Otago?
No, and the tracks, Dunedin Area Tracks and Trails Trust.
That's all good. You don't have to speak to it now.
Yeah, and Mountain Biking Otago.
Any others at this point? Councillor O'Malley?
I got two in transport, which is the Burnside off-ramp and cycleways that have been proposed, and property DVML, community access to council facilities, and then the Matariki Festival.
Councillor Wiley?
Your Worship, I'd like to raise Sport Otago's submission, then also Belnow's Golf Club, and looking at the Tomahawk Sparrows Beach Care Trust.
Councillor Vandervis, funding requests.
Farmers market, an extremely small amount of funding required for power
and water
for sterilisation.
Thanks. Councillor Walker?
Just a point of clarification for the newly elected councillors, and this being our first time here. I presume this is not a definitive list and we can feed in things later, obviously.
Oh yeah, this is just an opening gambit.
Fantastic.
There's plenty,
Good.
there's plenty to get on with. It's
Great, there's a lot of things
been a while.
covered, of things I hadn't
Yeah,
understood.
it's good.
Cool. Thank you.
So let's... Oh, Councillor Guzman?
Definitely the toilets, particularly West
Oh,
Harbour.
any new things?
The arts funding, the Matariki Festival, and also the arts funding, the one at the for vocational pathways and arts industry.
Okay, thanks. Okay.
Oh, and tennis.
Okay. So, I'll take them in order, and if people could refer to submission numbers, that would probably be helpful for those who are trying to look them up as we go through. But Councillor Benson, your public toilets.
Well, it's a perennial, but there are a number of specific requests about toilets, and I think we need to have a background report from staff on what's currently funded, what the plans are and what locations, and the requests appropriately prioritised depending on the sort of changes that are happening with changed recreational patterns or population in certain areas and so on. I think that's something that needs to be objectively reported on before we can make a decision. So how we actually factor this into any funding request is problematic, I guess.
It doesn't, I don't think, it doesn't necessarily need to be at this point. I mean, it is referring to submissions. It seems like a more constructive time to do it now than summary of community feedback, which would be the other opportunity. But if you wanted, I'd also recommend that people had resolutions they wanted to move as we go through. If they could draft them in advance, that would be helpful. But did you catch any or all of that? Well, let's see it. You might have saved your task, Councillor. It doesn't. Don't know if that's quite the same as asking. You're asking for how the existing budget is going to be allocated, essentially, right?
There is some funding currently allocated for public toilets. So I think if we could massage this in terms of a report whenever regarding current proposals and priorities and a response in that context to the requests that have come for further facilities.
How about rather than trying to do this on the fly, you and Councillor Gary figure something out between you when we move on
Okay.
back to it?
Yep.
Councillor Lord, Archives.
Yeah, well, look, I'm just referring to Pete Miller's report, which was 767006, and just that maybe staff could provide a report on options that we could do to provide, or just options about what could be done about the state of the archives. I've heard
the response to the submission from staff at this point, but
Yeah, I mean, asking for reports means that we can't produce half a dozen reports for you by lunchtime or by tomorrow. So asking for a report means guaranteed that you won't get money in the budget for the coming year, which you might be fine with, but also Nick's here, so he can tell you there is already work underway in the archives, and he can tell you what the plans are.
Mr. Dixon, please make your way to the bench.
And I could be quite happy with what he tells.
So we've been in discussions for a little while now with archive repositories across the city, including the Dunedin Archives New Zealand, including the Hocken Presbyterian Archives. We've undertaken a survey around usage and around how many people need to directly access the archives, and also importantly, how many different archives they have to access to do their research, because there is some conversation underway around possibly bringing these access points together so that we've got one archive repository across the city. Obviously there's a lot of work involved in that. We've started conversations with the university, and I haven't yet met to brief the new Chief Information Officer, who of course is responsible for our archive. But we're having that meeting within a week, and then we'll be able to move forward on that.
If I can just add to that, so we've actually moved those critical archives out of the archive basement, and put those safely off-site, so the most critical risk has been dealt with. And then the other issues are probably more of a long-term plan.
Yep, that's all I need to know.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Elder.
Thank you, Chair. My first one is on page 93, Dunedin Area Tracks and Trails Trust, and I just want to bring to you notice that the Alps to Oceans Trail has just been named as one of the top 50 destinations in the world. Lonely Planet.
Sorry, Councillor, it now appears that you're speaking to something. It would be useful to know what you're speaking to.
Just the potential of that trust and what we can, how we can enable cycling, how it supports our economic and...
That's fine, but are you asking for, I mean, we're dealing with funding requests, so are you...
The funding request was for 60,000, and I've talked to both economic development...
So are you moving that we include $60,000 in the budget?
No, I've talked to economic development and parks and recreation. They both support the idea of a trust, but they said within their budgets they can actually, and within their purview, they can actually work with the Tracks and Trails Trust in the future and looking towards the 10-year plan. So they're withdrawing the 60,000 with a view to working with economic development and parks and recreation to develop that strategy more.
Tremendous outcome. Mountain Bike Otago is your next one?
Mountain Bike Otago. With Mountain Bike Otago, I believe that in fact a 30,000 extra investment for trails is needed. If you look at Rotorua, the economic input of mountain bike trails is 30 to 50 million.
What? We're discussing funding requests. Are you moving that we include $30,000 in the budget?
Yes, I do.
Is there a second? A second, Councillor Lord. Would you like to speak to the motion, Councillor?
Oh, sorry, I just got too excited. Sorry about that.
Okay.
Why I am supporting this, I did some studies just the last few days, okay? So for Rotorua, mountain biking makes 30 to 50 million annually. And this is mostly domestic tourism. In Nelson, the Burl Review said mountain biking alone makes 15.5 million a year for Nelson. For Queenstown, in 2018, the Burl report said it makes 25 million and 297 jobs for Queenstown. And that's just mountain biking alone, not the whole cycling sector. We have one of the top downhill facilities in the whole of Oceania. We got the Oceania Nationals and the Nationals together. That made us, Signal Hill and the events on Signal Hill made us a minimum of 980,000 in the last year. And that's just the events, let alone visitors. So in this time when we need to pivot and develop more tourism opportunity, mountain biking and the tracks and trails and a cohesive network is an opportunity to develop a tourism destination for Dunedin. And most of it, if you look at the Cycle Trails reports, 83% of cycle trails are used by New Zealanders. This is a domestic market. Dunedin, the Alps to Ocean Trail has just become one of the top 50 destinations in the world, as reported by Stuff. Dunedin was rated top 10 in the Lonely Planet Guide in 2011. So I believe that investment and a cohesive strategy around this is a really, really big opportunity for Dunedin to develop a low carbon and domestic tourism product that could be, and especially with the harbourside and peninsula trails, one of the top cycling destination hubs in New Zealand. So that is why I'm going to support this.
Thank you. Councillor Barker.
I'm torn on this. I do obviously support growth in tourism. However, when I look at the statistics, we have international statistics from 2017 of visitors that come into New Zealand. We've got 4% of international visitors that do some sort of cycling. The spend per day is $148 as compared to the spend for ordinary visitors of $243 per day. My suggestion is really, I know that the Enterprise Dunedin is working on the Destination Dunedin plan and a refresh. I think that we need to look at where our visitors are coming from, what markets we're targeting before we actually invest in product development. We would, as a visitor, they would see that cycleways were an amenity. I think that we need to look at where we're actually investing into the attractants, into the city. In these times of economic challenges, I am very concerned about putting money into something where it's looking as to be a visitor attractant, whereas I think we actually need a strategy to look overall at that. We also need to look at the transport strategy and how mountain biking fits in with the overall strategic cycling network.
Thank you. Can I ask a question of the mover? Sorry. The request, certainly as summarised here, is for an increase in the budget for maintaining the network.
Yes.
And I mean, it's understandable because you raised the idea of product development. I'm just trying to get a clear sense of what it is that you're asking for money for.
It's maintenance of a product.
Of the existing network?
Of the existing network.
Okay,
to keep it to a top level in New Zealand.
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you. Just wanted to be clear.
And I just need to say one thing. I just talked to Sue.
I'll do it. So just want to be clear that you're not on the board of Mountain Bike Otago?
No.
No, so there's no conflict.
No, I actually do walking, not biking.
Councillor Walker.
Gosh, it's going to be an interesting day. I, like Councillor Barker, I'm also reading through this, particularly after yesterday. I'm quite nervous about giving any money away, to be honest, because we did send a clear message to the community yesterday about tightening our belts and looking at those at the bottom. You can answer in your right a reply, but I am interested to ask you can answer in your right reply, why you asked for 30k when they actually asked for a 50k increase. I'm just wondering why there was that disparity. Of all the funding requests I've looked at, this is the one I am more comfortable with, and I say that simply because we are going to be looking very much to strengthen our domestic market in the next year or two. Mountain biking is proven, the stats show it, it's increasing in popularity exponentially year on year. And more importantly for me, this group has taken money from us before, and they've walked the walk, they've talked the talk and walked the walk. So I think of the money the council has given out generally over the years, the bang for the buck you get from this group is absolutely phenomenal. Also, I'd like to stress we did have a young chap, I forget his name, who came talking about a pump truck. Jasper. One of the better submissions during a long week. And when Mountain Bike Otago did speak, they did say that they were very interested in looking at a pump track, which of course brings in a whole new demographic in terms of a sport that, as I say, is increasing exponentially. So I would support this, but look forward to Councillor Elder's response in her right of reply as to why she's only indicated 30 instead of the 50 requested. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you, Councillor Lord.
Yeah, look, I can support this, and as Councillor Walker's just said, I think this group has just done an amazing work. The volunteer hours I've put in. I think the reason why Councillor Elder's probably moved 30 is because she's being fiscally responsible too, and we can't give everyone everything they want, but anything extra we give this group is well spent money, and they've just done an amazing job and should be commended for that.
Councillor Raddick.
Thank you. Yes, I support this. I think the volunteers involved with the tracks and trails and mountain biking have done a tremendous amount of work, and that's been ongoing all the time. So as Councillor Walker points out, they've certainly put their effort where their words have gone before. So I think they should be supported. And also, you know, with the rise in domestic tourism and the promotion of domestic tourism, it gives an activity for people to do. Here in Dunedin, they can hire mountain bikes. There's been a lot of growth in cycling throughout New Zealand. But in particular, we have been identified nationally now as having some excellent mountain bike trails. And I refer to our Minister of Health, who appeared on national TV in his anxiousness to ride our trails. So for any visitor from around New Zealand to come and investigate those tracks and trails for themselves, it would not be a good look for them to arrive and find tracks that were not sufficiently maintained. So I think we should capitalise on the publicity we've received and go forward with that as an addition to our domestic tourism attractiveness.
Thank you, Councillor. Oh, sorry, now that I've seen the motion, this is proposing an increase in the maintenance grant for next year. Just the word annual makes me nervous, because we're only dealing with next year's budget. So is this is specifically for the 20/21 year as opposed to an ongoing commitment?
Yes.
That's fine, thank you. Just wanted to clarify that. Councillor Staines.
I support the additional funding. This in a way, this is infrastructure funding, and I think the comments that were made around whether there's a tourism product in it will be answered by the fact that we both Enterprise Dunedin and Parks and Reserves are going to work together with the Dunedin Area Tracks and Trails Trust. And that body, I think, is the body that can help pull together all of the biking organisations, all of the trails groups, to actually, and industry, to develop some real product for the city. And if you look at it, we've got, coming up in the future, we've got the Round the Harbour, which will really be a very exciting ride for people. Great views, great scenery. We've got the Tunnels Trail, and then potentially the connection on that would take you right through to Central Otago. we've still to decide what happens with the Dunedin Railway, but if it can't survive, then we could well have a link through to Middlemarch for cycling. So I think if we look at the big picture, cycling in its various forms does offer quite a bit of opportunity for product that will increase our economic activity. So I think some extra investment in the infrastructure at this point in time for the next year helps keep that infrastructure in good shape. I suspect that it will also generate some more infrastructure because the mountain bike Otago is pretty good at building things and good quality things. So I think for that reason alone, I'd support this.
Thank you. Councillor Hulan.
Thank you. Can I ask a question now as well, or are we just on speeches? I
Yeah,
don't know whether we did questions.
I have one too.
Yeah.
And ideally, beyond this point, if people can circulate in advance, and you've had time now, the resolutions that are being debated, I think it would be useful to be able to ask staff what the implications of X or Y are before we launch into this. So in this case, I think it's probably helpful for you to be able to do that now.
Okay.
Is it a question of staff?
Oh, it was a question around this proposal.
If it's a question of the mover in terms of you can raise it in speaking and she can respond, the mover can respond in their right of reply. But if it, I will allow questions of staff at this point because it's probably useful.
Right, okay, thank you very much. I just had a question around this. Is my understanding this isn't part of, you know, how we're trying to link up the whole area, sort of in a lot of the areas for biking. This is the maintenance of their track for the biking, isn't it? For the
Yes.
And I think they did an excellent presentation. They were very professional, and and also little Jasper, who came along too, was really cool, and I thought his presentation was excellent, so I'll definitely support this. I think it ticks a lot of the boxes for social well-being, you know, and at a time where we've got a lot of people who are obese and clogging up our hospital system with overweight people and things like that, and other issues that come of that. I think any type of exercise is really good for our lifestyle and well-being. Thanks for supporting that, Rachel. Councillor Elder.
Thank you. Councillor Hall. Oh, sorry. Councillor Hall, I understand that you are sitting back from the mountain biking.
I've withdrawn from out of my conflict of interest, anything to do with mountain bike Otago, so I can speak, and I haven't worked.
Oh, you've withdrawn from that? Sorry, this is not my notes.
No, I've withdrawn from.
Carry on.
I've worked with mountain bike Otago right from when they first started, and they used to build cycle tracks this wide, and I convinced them to build their tracks big enough for walkways, cycleways, and general exercise for everybody. The thing we have to be very careful about with this organisation, if we try and merge them with tracks and trails, we will lose their support. They're an organisation on their own, they're a volunteer organisation.
Yes.
If we try and put them into a big group that's going to try and control them, we will lose them. So we've got to be very careful. The amount of money they spent on that car park at Logan Park was phenomenal.
Yeah.
If the city had built that, we'd have been looking at $200,000 to $300,000. So yeah, we're going to be very careful with this and look after them, because if we try and merge them with tracks and trails, we will totally lose them. So I support this 100%. I'll even go to give them the $50,000 for the amount of work they actually do.
Thank you, Councillor. I'll remind councillors that your microphones are on at all times. I wanted to keep your interjections. I've got a question for... I've got a question for staff, maybe for Mr. West, in terms of how, at a strategic level or at a planning level, how involved is council in that kind of planning work? Does that make sense? No.
Turn it on at the bottom.
Button on the bottom.
Button at the bottom.
Can I, while Mr. West is coming up, can I?
Okay. So council will be aware that Parks and Reserves are doing some strategic work around tracks at the moment. That has involved, and we're planning to come to long-term plan. In fact, we're planning to come to council fairly soon to give you an update on what we're doing and what we're proposing. But we will be coming to council as part of long-term plan with a strategic plan for tracks and trails because there hasn't been one effectively. And so Mountain Bike Otago are on the working group of that. And as Rachel has pointed out, we're working with a number of stakeholders as part of that work. That's disability groups, Mountain Bike Otago, and if there were a trust formed for tracks and trails, they would become part of the stakeholder group as well. So that's where we're at.
But council doesn't have any direct influence over what gets developed and devised out of the work that we've resourced Mountain Bike Otago to do.
So we Parks meet with Mountain Bike Otago on a monthly basis, and we're working towards an agreement with them so that we agree between the two parties on how money is invested and how tracks are developed in the future. Because in the past, some of that work's been done probably a little bit independently of any strategic overview.
That's helpful to know, thank you.
Yeah.
Councillor Wiley.
Questions or speaking to it?
You can ask questions of staff.
I'm okay with questions, so I'll just speak to it.
Yeah.
Okay. I think a lot has already been said around the quality work that Mountain Bike Otago do and the quality of product they produce. It's one of those groups where you put $1 in and the multiplier effect is quite large. They are a total package organisation, as I said. But I think the part that I have really got impressed with mountain biking over the last few years is seeing the events they hold, but also seeing how the sport has taken off with the young people. It's a great activity for the youth that really sort of embraced it. Secondary school champs have been here the last 2 years. That's the National Secondary School Champs, I believe. And when you see the level of participation and enjoyment that the young people are getting from it, I think is strong. So when we look at it, though, it's one of those great activities where you've got the ability to do the Sunday ride and compete. And really, but the part I've also appreciated is, and what we saw in the slides, was the fact that how they've actually even looked at the very young and the 5 and 6 year olds getting on their bikes and actually getting out and being able to enjoy the outdoors. So as a total package, I'm fully happy to support the motion.
Thank you. Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Worship. I'm going to support this motion, but I do want to raise a few points. One is that tracks and trails are one aspect of council spending, but active transport is actually in another department, that's in transport. The intercity trails that people are talking about don't sit in Parks and Rec, they sit in the transport department. So when we're talking about funding and other such things, we may need to make sure we're talking about the same thing. This is actually a multi-headed beast, and we need to make sure we're talking about the same thing each time. This is a request for a maintenance grant increase, so it's not a development of new product.
Yes.
But beauty is in the eye of the beholder. I think if you're a mountain biker, you think it's the most important thing that matters. I think if you're not a mountain biker, you might necessarily have the same view of it. I'm deeply concerned about something that happened up at Nichols Creek with the Mountain Bike Otago, where they went into the stream bed completely against RMA requirements to work in the natural environment, and it wasn't until the public complaint came to council about where that track was going that anything was done about it. So one of the things I would definitely want to make sure that we're seeing is that when communicating with Parks and Recreation, we are making sure that we are meeting our RMA requirements. And I think we need to be careful of, if this was the 1950s, we'd be putting roads into the natural environment because it was easy to get in there. A mountain bike track is not a minor impact on the natural environment. We're talking about putting tracks through the tops of the 3 peaks. I would be careful again about what we're doing there, because those are walking environments right now, and sometimes the two are compatible, sometimes they're incompatible. So when we look with enthusiasm towards this new and emerging environment, we also need to make sure that we are not stepping into areas that is actually damaging as well as positive. But that's not, and the only reason I gave that very long and distracted speech was because people are talking about very different things often when we talk about mountain biking. This is specifically the maintenance of their existing tracks, and I think that they do an exceptionally good job at doing that. And that 30,000 is not for people, it's for gravel and petrol and stuff like that. So they use the money efficiently and very well. So I'll be supporting this.
Yeah, thank you. Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Councillor O'Malley, because it segues into what my thinking is. I don't know a lot about mountain biking, but I did form an impression of this group over several annual plans of a group that certainly uses any money they get extremely well. They include a great number of volunteers, and in terms of an organisation, using any money they get from us, it seems to be well spent. However, alongside supporting this, I am keen to support a move towards the Tracks and Trails Trust. I understand it's a different matter, but there are so many elements to cycling, biking. There's the recreational element dealt with in this particular motion. There's the completion of the State Highway 88 shared pathway, the completion of the Peninsula Connection pathway, there's the opening of the tunnels and a commuter ride. So many elements to biking and cycling coming together, and I thank Councillor Elder for her passion in that regard, that I do hope that we see the support of the formation of a Tracks and Trails Trust as an overview, and good to hear that our staff are doing that work to ensure that there's a strategic approach to any further work. So I'm happy to support this, but looking for some more work in terms of the overview and strategy.
Thank you. Councillor Elder.
I just have a question first. We've got approved an increase of 30,000. I was meant to say 50,000 as they wanted. Can we amend this at this stage?
That's not insignificant.
Okay.
So I think the answer is no.
Okay, that's okay. That's okay.
Someone would be welcome to move a subsequent motion to have this debate all over again, but that would be the tidiest way of doing it. So no, you can't amend to this.
Okay, sorry about that. Okay. I want to talk to people's comments on this. And first of all, to Doug mentioning about merging Tracks and Trails Trusts. Mountain Bike Otago and Tracks and Trails Trust will work together, but that Mountain Bike Otago will remain separate. They're a very, very effective trust, and they do a really great job. Presently, Signal Hill is one of the top downhill mountain biking destinations in Oceania, but one of the big things is over lockdown and after lockdown and before lockdown, not only did the Big Easy provide recreation for mountain bikers, but it provided recreation for walkers, trail runners, and so in fact the use of the Big Easy, which Mountain Bike Otago created, which is 5 minutes from the Octagon, or 10 minutes from the Octagon, is actually a multi-use track right to the top of Signal Hill. And that, for the health and well-being of our city, especially in these times, is really, really important. So there's 1,500 people using that track every week. And the track counter was about 6 months ago, so I would imagine that would have gone up a third again. So the Nichols Creek track, beside that track that Jim mentioned, which was a aberration, does provide for walking, trail running and mountain biking. I was there one night at about 7 o'clock in the dark, and I saw 7 people running down that track with headlights on, and about 6 people biking down it with headlights on. And this is in the middle of winter. What biking provides is probably one of the best all-round, and walking, there's a lot of shared tracks, provides one of the best all year round recreational opportunities. It's not So what happens is with our tourism product, we often have a shoulder, but with cycling and walking, that shoulder is, you can actually, well, I love biking in winter, so it enables a domestic, a local product that is all year round, which I think cannot be underestimated. But as Steve implied, the growth of cycling, both for transport, for local recreation, and for domestic tourism, of which it is 83% of all rides around New Zealand, is huge. And so this is why I support this, but also I support the development of a Tracks and Trails Trust to pull together the strands that we're talking about: urban cycling, recreational cycling and mountain biking will actually create, and with the Harbourside and Peninsula Trail will actually create for Dunedin a cycling hub that will attract many people to live here, to study here and to visit here. So yeah, I'm excited. Yes, I've always been excited about this because I think Dunedin is one of the most beautiful cities in New Zealand, and walking and biking and running around Dunedin Hills has to be one of the best things you could ever do, according to me.
I'll put the motion. All those in favour?
Aye.
Those against?
No.
Thank you. That's agreed. Would you like your vote recorded?
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor O'Malley.
I'm actually waiting to get back from staff on the Matariki Festival, because if I've got to put a dollar value in there, I need to get an assessment of what we need to put up. But can I just speak to some of the others first, because they're not a requirement of funds?
I have you down for something about Burnside off-ramp. We'll start there and work our way down, shall we?
I've got the toilet one.
Hope you guys are fixing that.
Councillor Guerra's one.
Okay, cool. Okay, and I've got the
I
Matariki
also
number
said
now.
the toilet.
The Burnside off-ramp, is not a request for funds. It's a request that the Transport Department take that up and start working with Regional Transport Committee to get a resolution.
Does it require debate at this meeting?
I'm not sure,
because the committee?
Because it's the same with the community access to commercial facilities. I'm not sure. It's not a fund request. It's an activity of staff request. Do we need to bring it up? So I guess my question is, do we need to bring that up now, or do we follow that up later?
And for the sake of efficiency, it's probably easier to deal with alterations to the budget in this instance, and then deal with. Well, I'm happy to take advice from staff as to what the most efficient way of.
Okay, well then, if you don't mind, Your Worship, if you just give me 5 minutes to bang up a resolution on the Matariki.
We'll go back to public toilets. It'll take more than 5 minutes.
Yep.
We have a resolution. He says, choosing his words advisedly.
Yes.
Nothing wrong with a good motion.
You're not supposed to say the quiet bit out loud, Councillor.
This is the deputy mayor's version, which is tidier than what I ended up with, but it needs to be changed to a changing places bathroom, I think. Is that correct?
It is, and I'm happy to move that.
Having said that, this again isn't necessarily, but it's fine, we'll do it now. An alteration to the budget. So you're moving it?
Yes.
You're seconding?
Toilets have been on the agenda ever since I've been an elected representative. Very large number of communities asking for public toilets in the area, and particularly in our semi-rural and rural communities where visitors, and by visitors I mean locals, people coming from town to visit more rural, semi-rural areas on the fringes of the city. Anyone who's had a small child with them at any stage will know how important these facilities are. I was a little surprised the other evening when I had a bit of insomnia 2 nights ago to come across an interview with a woman who was the spokesperson for the Restrooms Association of America. And maybe some of you heard it. I can see some nods around the room, and who would know that there was such an association. What a fascinating interview. And it talked about the different countries and how they deal with this, and it's quite a topic post-COVID around public health. Apparently in Japan, there's a public toilet on every corner, and they're very safe for even children to go into on their own, which was an interesting comment. What they talked about was new technology in terms of opening and closing doors and how important that's going to be, around the different properties of different metals. Brass and copper, I understand, are more resistant to bacteria, all sorts of details like that. I'm always astonished at the cost of public toilets, but that's as it is. What I do know is that staff have been working hard on a priority list and to bring to us the kind of costing we could look at for a program over time. And we have a number of requests for public toilets. But I do want particularly to note the changing places bathroom. And we've put that in there specifically. You will have read the 12 submissions from various people in the disability community, and also around those who've been contending with bowel surgery. That this particular kind of facility, if you're not familiar with it, is extremely important for members of our community who to date are excluded from this. They have to stay close to home. These changing places bathrooms are particularly important for those in the disability community. You would have read the very moving submission from a parent around the indignities suffered by her adult daughter in terms of a facility to change her in. And so I would like to see that factored in, but I understand this is going to take a little bit of time to work out, what do we need to renovate a bathroom for this purpose, or build a new one, and that commitment to going back to the community to ask where it would be best to be sited. So this seems to be the good way forward, to ask staff to do some work on this and continue the work they're doing and come back with some costs for the long-term plan.
Thank you. Councillor Vandervis.
Earlier in the year, I have forwarded to councillors and staff a Trade Me advertisement for a containerised double toilet with double hand basins, which you can buy for $6,000, actually less, $5,900. Typically, the toilets that the DCC have been installing have been $100,000. I would like to support this if I was sure that the containerised, and they're very smart containerised units, would be seriously looked at, and that we wouldn't be spending the enormous amounts of money that we have in the past for toilet facilities. For one of our $100,000 units, if we can get 19 or 20 of these containerised units, and I'm not talking about connections to existing sewers, but if we could get that much better value, then I think we could provide much better value to the community and have toilets in places that we simply wouldn't have thought of before. So I'm quite happy to support this motion, but urge staff to very seriously look at the prefabricated, pre-made and very cost-effective units that I saw the ad on Trade Me again recently, but they've been advertised for many months. Thank you.
Councillor Barker.
I support this resolution, as Councillor Gary said. I used to work at council when there were reports coming to annual plan all the time about loos, and then which resulted in a number of headlines, as usual. I think that we need to take a strategic look at toilets throughout the city and actually have a plan to make sure that we are providing the right loos in the right places. I did have a question because I'm not quite sure who owns the loos. I can see there's some in the Parks and Rec property, there's some in city property, so would they need to work together to do that?
Hello. Councillor Barker, the toilets recently moved over to property. We're in a bit of a transition phase, and you're correct, some of them do sit on parks and rec land, so we're always going to have to work together on that. Some of them sit on road reserve, they sit on a whole load of places. So whilst property will be looking after them, there's always going to be a need for departments to work together. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, yeah, that's great, thank you. So I do support having a strategy. I looked at the addressing the needs for more public toilets. I think the word assessing might be more appropriate because we could have fit for purpose, we don't quite know yet, but I do support the motion.
Thank you. Councillor O'Malley.
I have worked through one of these out at Waitati, and it takes a long time for the actual thing. I'm trying to avoid puns as I get to the end of this. But the toilet out there did cost whatever it cost, but it was built by local builders. And it was not just a local activity, it was actually a small local contract given out. So in terms of cost and delivery, I think the council did what it could. I mean, it's not simple to put a toilet in a public place. They're often sitting next to or on footpaths, so they're very hard to fit in if they're publicly accessible. And I just do rather like the fact that it was christened the Turtis by Mandy Mayhem Bullock when it was opened up. Because basically, like a lot of things, it seems a lot bigger on the inside than the outside when you look at how much it's going to cost you. They're not trivial to put in. Councils backed off public toilets in the 80s, and that's one of the reasons we've got a shortage of them again now, and we realised that was an underinvestment, and it's time to us to reconsider that investment and put them in where they need to be. Oh, and the changing places bathroom. I know that the disabled community really wants one of these and probably two of these. They need to be strategically placed in the city, and the Disabled People's Assembly has sort of come up with suggestions that one could potentially go in the South Dunedin hub when it's built, and should be talking to the local advisory group at the hospital as well about whether when the new hospital gets built there could be one put in there as well.
Thank you. Councillor Benson-Pope.
Thank you, Worship. I don't think there's much debate about the need to progress this issue, and many councillors will be aware that the cost issue is certainly a real one. I guess no one was not surprised by the cost of the installation at Baldwin Street, and the idea of doing it differently has been traversed long since. For those of you who've used the public toilet at Broad Bay, at the Yacht Club, will know that it is a converted water tank, which was a DCC attempt to do exactly what Councillor van der Vis has suggested. The other issue that I'm sure will be reported on as part of what's enabled here, asked for here, is the issue of the high standard of indestructibility that actually needs to be built into public toilets, that everywhere in the country, including Dunedin, they are a target for random vandalism for whatever reason, as was the case with the Exelou in the New World, the Central City New World car park. It is hard to make even a stainless steel toilet sledgehammer proof or brick proof or whatever, and unfortunately there's an element in our community that thinks public toilets are fun to destroy. Cameras are probably not the perfect solution to that issue. So I think obviously this will have widespread support, but I would expect that staff include the issues around the robustness of whatever designs as part of the cost and installation cost when they report in due course.
Thank you. Councillor Wiley.
Thank you. I think the one thing that COVID-19 has made us think differently about lots of things, or actually probably hundreds of things, and public toilets was one of them. One of the things that stood out to me was when we heard about our truck drivers going up and down the country, and so many of the toilets were locked and shut off to them. And when you also look at driving through the city, where are our public toilets? Where are the toilets that anybody just driving through the city can access? And really, I can only think of one. And that to me is quite disgraceful in the sense of thinking a city our size, you're travelling from Milton through to Oamaru, there's only one public toilet I could think of that's on the main road that you could easily hop in and use today without actually going into a business or onto private property. I'd love to be disputed on that and told, no, there's 3 or 4, but I can only think of one, and that's at Queen's Gardens. So I'm quite happy to see this report and brought to the table and see it sooner rather than later would be good, but I can understand the challenges we're going to face. And I think there is the importance of having the changes places, bathroom, and I think, you know, the South Dunedin hub and locations like that are ideal for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. I've been on the record many times stating that if we approved every request for a toilet, that we'd soon move from being the wildlife capital of New Zealand to the toilet capital of New Zealand, challenging even Japan. I do support this, as I think it will likely identify the need we do have, and I particularly support the changing places toilet, because that, if nothing else, just brings us into the 21st century. And I just want to note it may be worth having a conversation. I've been aware, obviously, over the years that the West Harbour Community Board has put in requests for a toilet on the completed SH88 shared path. Maybe worth a conversation with the NZTA to see if there's any, excuse the pun, any loose change out of their 31 million as this path comes to completion, to see if they could come to the party. Thank you.
Thank you. Loose change is certainly a new one. We'll note that. Councillor Raddick.
We'll leave it with you.
Yes, I support this. And I think it's quite an important thing to provide for all these visitors to the city, and especially people that are engaged in exercise on their cycles. So I think it's a significant public amenity, and we've had a lot of discussion around the room that in the face of vandalism we pull back and the number of public toilets gets reduced, and I would prefer to do the opposite of that, and in the face of vandalism the number of public toilets has increased and the community takes a greater ownership of them and looks out for them to protect them. One of the things that I'd also like to see, I turned around to John, Mr Christie, to have a look to gauge his reaction, is that ED could then stimulate some of our engineering cluster with a view to constructing a standardised and less destructible, I won't say indestructible, but less destructible bathroom facility that's perhaps more of a portable nature, so that they could be changed in and out of locations as required, and possibly be a model for the whole country and be sold around New Zealand, which would be a useful economic development out of this initiative here. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Elder.
I'm going to support this motion, and I too have been involved in just assisting facilitate a toilet at Signal Hill. And the reason why, for me, in particular, I'm looking at recreation, and is because, in fact, we all need to recreate. And walking and cycling and running is a huge part of our leisure and recreation. To enable toilets, to enable people to recreate longer, you need public toilets. I have been up at Signal Hill and up at the BMX track, and people have had to go home when their children have, or their teenagers or whatever, have wanted to play for hours longer. So, in fact, it enables people to recreate and stay in a place longer. And isn't that part of the social and social well-being and health well-being for our city? So, I'm looking at toilets as being a well-being and perhaps even a tourism opportunity, thinking about people coming off cruise ships or tourists going along to Port Chalmers, for example, and needing to have a wee stop. So I support the exploration of toilets in reserves and cycleways and walkways, because in fact it enables that further. Yeah, so I support it.
Thank you. Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you, Your Worship. I will support this motion. However, I would have liked to have seen it actioned quicker than in the 10-year plan. At West Harbour in particular, we have a major issue with people walking along there and they're just going to the toilet at the St Leonard's Yacht Club. It's disgusting. And it's a regular thing. It's a health issue. You can't have that. It's unsafe. And and not just that in the bush all the way along that walkway. It's a regular occurrence. And I know that people in that community have been asking for a toilet there for ages. We've created this amazing walkway, in the cycleway, and heaps of people use it. But of course, there's no toilet anywhere along there. And so people are getting desperate. They're just stopping anywhere, and particularly at the yacht club. So I think, it's been long overdue, and I'd love to see it happen sooner rather than later. And of course, for everywhere else over the city that needs it too. But I mean, certainly that's I think an urgent one.
Councillor Hall.
A few years ago, our property manager, Mr. Taylor, we paid for him to go to America, and he looked all around America at toilets, and he bought the licence to manufacture a stainless steel toilet similar to what was at the bottom of Baldwin Street. We paid big money for that, and from my understanding, we've only built one toilet, and we have got the licence to manufacture them here somewhere in Dunedin.
I can illuminate that if it's possible.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Your Worship. And not to labour the point, but there are some things I want to say. First of all, when my father was in public office, this was a focus of his raising this issue many, many years ago, and it's interesting that all these years later, still an issue for our community. I would also like to see this a lot sooner, but the reality is that what we need is for the staff to have time to assess the request, assess the need in a considered way, prioritise and look at what the costing would be over a period of time. So the long-term plan is the place for that. It is certainly helpful that now we have toilets going over to property, because for a long time it was always very confusing in the community about who owned which toilet, and there was parks involved in property. And would you believe there's a toilet decision-making matrix even in evidence? Southern District Council has that toilet at its disposal. So this is something that's been thought about. The public health issues are obvious, and whether you're involved with a young family or the elderly or disabled, this meets a lot of the needs of the community. I really like the idea of a local solution, and as I was coming to work this morning, I was thinking about the Hunterwasser toilet in Kawakawa. Toilets don't always have to be, I do understand the issue of vandalism. I like the idea of community ownership and community and local solutions. I prefer that idea of something that is custom made and has a local element to it. And keeping in mind that the urban design element can also manage the vandalism aspect. Let's be a bit more creative than just stainless steel and something very bland. But the staff will work this out. They'll come back to us with costs, and that will mean we can make a considered decision. I just want to touch briefly too on the changing places bathroom, and thank you for your support and acknowledgement of what a difference that this will make to people who at the moment cannot leave home, cannot go on holiday. This would be a draw card. Where it should go, that is not for me to say. That is not for us to know. This is for the community it affects to give their opinion and for us to assess that in the overall strategy. So thank you for your support, and this is a good way forward.
Thank you. I'll put the motion. All those in favour?
Aye.
Those against? That's agreed. Councillor O'Malley. Plenty more than 5 minutes made available to you. Do you have, is it a
I have the one
budgetary...
for Margariti, and then I'm just sending one to Ms Addison's related to the community access to council.
That's not a request to change the budget? Is there,
no, but It's
fine,
like
that's
the one
fine,
that
but
just
is it-
came forward. Well, I'll read it out loud and we'll see whether you think it relates. It's to ask DVML to consider changing charging structure in relation to local groups and report back in time to perform the writing of the next SOI.
What is your Matariki one?
The Matariki one is actually a funding request.
Can we do that? Do you mind if we do that first? Okay.
I've got that one as well for that too. I've got a double up.
Great minds.
That's right.
May I ask a question? Just because what's in brackets suggests this is a request for staffing resources as opposed to project funding for the event.
It is a request for staffing resources to go with the request that came with the submission to increase the staffing. Currently it's 0.3 FTE for the festival and to increase it to 0.5 FTE for the festival. Support. 2.5 from 0.3.
Ms Graham would like to discuss this with staff before, just to be able to inform the response to any questions councillors might
Yeah,
have
no, I
regarding
find,
the
that's why I was over there trying to get it worded
that's fine.
beforehand, so I'm happy to take it back off the table, have it refined and then brought back.
Okay.
Because that would make it 58, is that right?
What's next?
Total.
0.5 total.
Got to deal with your DVML.
Your worship.
Councillor O'Malley?
Oh, sorry, I was...
Sorry, I distracted him.
I'm just going to send this...
We have the space booked for tomorrow, it's not compulsory though.
I've just sent it to Ms Adamson. Basically, the community access submissions were related to access to the town hall and other facilities that are run by DVML. So, and of course, because it's a CCO, we have a somewhat indirect relationship with it. So I think it would be through our statement of intent that we would make the request. So,
sorry, I'm just waiting for it to come up.
so what I'm presaging what you're about to see. So effectively, this is going to be a request to have DVML consider how it's charging these groups so that it can come back to us so that we can write our statement of intent appropriately. Letter of intent, statement of intent.
So
I mean, the problem is you get something that comes in that's not really a genuine funding request, but it is about the actions of council, and often is not. The annual plan is the place where people come, and if we don't respond, then we've not responded to their public consultation. But it is actually a request of a company that we own.
Yeah, I'm certainly not disputing that. My question really is around timing and how realistic it would be for, I haven't seen it yet, for it to be done in time to come back as part of the SOI process. And that may be a question.
Well, I think the problem is it will always be, if it's out of sync this year, it'll be out of sync again next year. And they'll be coming back year after year with the same request. So even if we miss this SOI, even if it's written to say the next practical, within practical, put a word in there, practical or something like that.
Thank you.
Sorry, I just had to throw it at them so they had to put it together. Effectively though, I mean, I know I'm not speaking to this, but I think it helps people think about what I'm going to say when I do speak to it, is that we often get these requests and it's really about the interaction with council rather than a funding request. And I think if we don't address it, we'll just get the request again next year.
Well, I mean, it sounds to me like a policy question rather than a funding question. But
how do we address, this is a general question to everybody in the room, how do we address about 30% of the submissions that come to us are not funding submission requests? They're about the interaction with council.
Yep. Yeah, well, this report is on funding requests.
I know it
so
is,
we're
I know, but
we're trying to address funding requests.
I don't...
Well, and then there's a subsequent paper around summary around responses to submissions, which is potentially a mechanism for doing that. But in the break for morning tea, I'm going to work with staff to see what an efficient way of dealing with those sorts of issues.
Well, then why don't we just again not address this right now? That's more or less what I'm
I can
asking,
see your hand,
and
Councillor.
then see if we can put it at the right part of the meeting. Because you're quite correct, there's no money involved in this.
No, I would like to deal with changes to the budget.
Yep. So I'm happy just to take,
Okay,
see if
that's
we can
fine.
address it later. Yep.
Councillor, you have plenty. Burnside off-ramp?
No, that's again, the other two are not going to affect the budget, so they can come off.
Fantastic. Councillor Wiley, Sport Otago.
Yes, Your Worship. Sport Otago just in their presentation, they talked about the waiving of all ground charges, leases and rents for 2021. So I just, more actually a question of staff, if I can do that at this point.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Just thought I would ask
Oh, sorry.
a request. No, that's right. Is how Parks and Rec, the team would see this impacting, and is this possible? Is, you know, obviously there's a lot of challenges around sport being played, and also the challenges facing sport generally across the city.
Thank you for that. So I think the CEO has already indicated at the previous deliberation meeting, annual plan meeting, around the financial impact to council, and that's in the papers, Councillor Wiley. We have been keeping and working fairly closely with John Brimble over the last 8 weeks during the COVID, and during level 4 we suspended any payments for leases, for example, for sports-related bodies during level 4. That's about to change as we move into level 2, and the sports fields come back online as of Friday fully tomorrow at midday. The changing rooms will reopen. And obviously since the presentation to annual plan, the government have announced a significant funding package for sport, and so we're still to work through with John how that will impact on their revenues during the year. So it's still very uncertain, and I'm not clear yet whether the COVID impact for sports will be uniform across all sports, or whether some sports will be more affected than others. So it's a very difficult area to make a decision on, I think, at the moment.
Okay. Your Worship, I'm encouraged to hear Mr West talk about his continued dialogue with Mr Brimble and the challenges of sport in the sports fields, and also had noted the government had put some money into assisting sports clubs. So as long as that dialogue keeps going, I'm more than comfortable to move on to my next item.
Thank you. Which is a sports club.
Yeah, it's the Spellnails Golf Club coming to us seeking a rental reduction, and I've sent a motion through for that. Happy to speak to it now.
It might be helpful if people have questions of staff, because they may do, around what this means, or how this might work, as long as you're... Councillor O'Malley?
Well, we've got the number of two $5,000 a year. What is it from?
9264.
9264.
This is about $14,000 reduction.
9,200.
Oh, 9,000, so it's about
4,064.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know. That's the impact on that.
Sorry, is that?
Councillor Raddick.
Yes, is it $4,000 reduction? I'm reading one of the Bowls Club. So.
The Bowls Club
Slightly
is
more.
misnamed, but it is, it should say Bellnails Golf Club, that was a typo.
So it's the same thing?
Yeah, sorry.
So I read it, it's currently 9,200
And 64.
They want a reduction is down to 5,200.
Oh, they want a reduction as much as we will offer them, is my reading of the submission.
But the motion
This
is
is the
for that.
proposal from Councillor Wiley. Councillor Barker.
I have two questions. I noticed that quite a number of, as a new councillor, quite a number of places are asking for rent reductions or rate reductions, and I just wonder what the usual process is around this. Do we go through them individually, or is there an overall look at this? Because I guess there's an amount of possibly precedent setting.
There's certainly a process for dealing with rates relief for community organisations. So and they are reported back to council annually, and the degree to which they are offered rates relief depends on the degree to which they are assessed as being a public good or a community good. I don't have any. I can't answer.
So there's a
about
process.
rates,
Is there already a process around it, or not, or
I don't know
is this
about-
just the annual plan process?
No, there's a separate process, but can someone, who do I ask questions of rent? Mr Jacobs?
Maybe not specifically on rent, but on process, councillor, through you, your worship. So how we've, I guess, addressed this in the report is when there's a clearly identifiable request that's come through, we've actually flagged that and identified it in the report. But versus, I guess, general appeals like you've mentioned for relief and reduction in rent. So I guess this one, it was a specific request from the golf club, so hence it's been identified versus, I guess, a general request for relief from various organisations.
So the fact that they put a numerical number there doesn't mean put a number and makes them stand out from other people who've asked for rates relief or rent reduction.
That's, yeah, correct. It's just, I suppose, a lot easier administratively to represent it in a report. Yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor Benson-Pope.
It's a process issue that concerns me, Mr Chairman, that this is a bit like the comment I made about the sports fields, that because someone did come to the annual plan doesn't mean that we should necessarily grant their request when we're not aware of others who may not have thought of that avenue, because I think we need to be consistent. And much in all is that this may be a perfectly justifiable request in the circumstances. I'd want to consider it in the context of all golf clubs or sports fields or rents for property.
Your question's well taken. Ms Graham?
Just confirm with Mr West that there are other golf clubs who have rents set, and our parks officer reviewed them and was comfortable that the rents to those golf clubs were all consistent at the level that they were being applied. So, and none of the others have asked at this point for a reduction.
So were one to be granted, the consistency principle would apply across all of them?
That would be a consideration for council, but I think the point is making a decision on one in isolation from a review of the others potentially leads to inequitable outcomes. Mr West has a...
All right. Can I just add to that?
Yep, please.
Hello. Oh, good. It probably goes a little bit wider than golf clubs too. So we just need to be aware that there are other clubs, whether they're bowls clubs and other sports clubs that lease land from the council, and the rents are all set due to a formula. So we just want to point that out.
Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you, Your Worship. Could we please, before we move forward, clarify some processes a little bit for new councillors? Because I don't know about the others, but I'm a bit confused around this process, i.e., like, for example, I was busy writing a motion on Martiniki, but so was Councillor O'Malley. And, you know, like, how do we work out so we haven't got double ups and wasted time? I just don't know. Or do we all write them, or how do we work that? What is the process?
I don't know if I can design a process that would stop people simultaneously having the same thought and writing those thoughts down. Where there are, and much like there were two issues around public toilets.
I was a toilet one as well.
Okay, well taken. Where people work together to come up with a single thing. But that's why I asked at the beginning if people wanted to flag issues
Which
that
I
they
did.
had.
I flagged
Councillor, it's not a competition. So that people then in the room had a sense of all of the topics that were going to be raised, or more importantly, the submissions that were going to be responded to in this. I remind people it's still the funding requests paper. So that's the process that we're following at this point. This has been put forward by Councillor Wiley. We're taking questions of staff of this, if people have them. It hasn't been seconded, I know, but...
Sorry, could I just ask one more thing around, because it's a funding round, this is connected to Councillor Barker's question. For example, with the saltwater pool, where they're asking for extra hours, I assume they'll need money for that.
Sorry, can we deal with, I'm dealing with this.
I know, but I'm just
Please.
wondering, does that
Councillor.
come under funding?
Councillor, can we address what is in front of us? And then once we've got to the end of this item, I'm happy to take questions in general about other items that may come up. But it may be unnecessary to allow for more questions if there isn't a seconder. So is there a seconder for the motion? Maybe should have asked that first. Sorry. We're all learning, Councillor Houlihan, don't panic. Lapses for want of a seconder. Sorry, Councillor Houlihan, your question around the Sinclair saltwater pool.
Oh, well, not so much, well, it is that, but things like that, where they're asking for staff hours, you know, I assume we need funding to pay for those staff hours. Is that considered funding, or is that considered under something else? That's all I'm wondering.
It is considered funding, but I would caution people to, really is there adequate information in the submission to inform what the resourcing implications of the submission is. So people are welcome to ask, and it doesn't necessarily have to be done at this meeting, but at subsequent meetings you can ask staff to come back with a report or an answer around what the resourcing implications are per week of the saltwater pool being open or whatever. That would be the easiest way of responding directly to these.
Okay, so we don't necessarily have to, do we have to do a motion for every one we want to, you know, to support, or how does that work?
It would depend on how urgent you think it is.
Okay.
So if you want something addressed in next year's budget, it needs to be supported at this meeting.
Yes, okay.
If you want something to be investigated, to be dealt with in due course, whether it's public toilets or the extension of the season at Sinclair saltwater pool, then I would suggest that isn't urgent to this meeting and can be dealt with subsequently, either through the committee round or through other council meetings.
Okay, thank you.
It's 10:30. Morning tea has never come soon enough. I'll move.
solutions, not problems. Well done, Big Rose.
Welcome back. Sorry, Gordy, thank you. Welcome back. It's 10 to 11, time flies, doesn't it? It might be useful to update council laws on discussions around the farmers market submission that Councillor Vandervis raised. My understanding is that it may have been dealt with.
It has been dealt with. Thank you very much. Mr Bainbridge has very kindly agreed that it's a relatively small and easy thing to sort, and he will sort it. We don't have to worry about it. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you. But thank you for raising it. Looking forward to that work happening. Councillor Wiley, two in your name. We're dealing with amendments to the budget, funding requests.
Yep, thank you, Your Worship. The New Zealand Sports Hall of Fame, before even talking about this, I just would like to get a clarification from Mr Bainbridge on this.
Does he know what the clarification is about? Oh,
Yes,
good.
yes, yeah.
It's quite broad. Mr Bainbridge.
The lease agreed with the Sports Hall of Fame has that rebate recorded, so they will receive that rebate. It doesn't require a motion of council, it's already agreed in their lease.
Perfect, getting better all the time. Tomahawk Smales Beach Care Trust, Councillor Wiley.
I would like to, before I put this on the screen or do anything with this, I'd just like to get an update from Mr West.
Hello. Is that working?
Yep. Sure is.
Okay. Yes, so you'll be aware Gina made a presentation to annual plan deliberations. They currently receive $6,500 from us, and I think they're requesting an increase of 23 to help them with their projects. Just some background really that we've worked with them, and I think Gina alluded to it during the annual plan submissions, to make their funding agreement a little bit more flexible and decouple it a little bit from the number of plants, which I think they've appreciated because it's allowed them to be a lot more flexible in the way that they operate. And really the only other thing to add is that we've got a very good working relationship with them in parks, and they certainly do help us achieve quite a few of our strategic aims in the Parks and Rec strategy area. So anything specifically, I'm happy to answer.
So around their application to increase funding to $23,000 to produce 2,000 native plants, does that match with the work that you've got planned and work around the city?
Certainly does. As I say, the work that they do certainly supports the strategic aims and objectives of the council's Parks and Rec strategy, in that it supports native plant growth for dune restoration and planting across the city.
Okay. So based on that information, Your Worship, I'd like to move the motion that I'd previously circulated with Ms Adamson.
Can I ask a question? The organisation, does this organisation still get funded through the contestable grants funding round? Like, are they a grants recipient?
I can't answer that. What I can say is they have a permanent agreement with Parks due to previous councils' decisions at annual plan or long-term plan processes, where we have an agreement with them for ongoing funding of $6,500 per year.
Oh, I see. So it's a line item in the budget?
Yes,
Okay.
but I can't answer whether they get contestable funding separate to that.
Can I ask for a question of
Councillor
clarification? Yeah, Mr West, can you just clarify, because just want to be clear that they are asking for 23,000 on top of the 6,500, or is it 16,500 plus 6.5?
My understanding from the submission is that it's an additional 23,000.
Thank you.
Councillor Gary.
Yes, Your Worship. I had the same question as you don't. I don't recall the answer to that, but it would be good to find that out. But my other concern is it's a bit like a matter we spoke about just before the break, that there are other groups who are doing similar work throughout the city.
Oh, sorry, is it a question of, I'm just taking questions on
The question is, do you, you might not have a memorandum of understanding, but would there be other groups in your view, Mr. West, that would be doing similar work?
that are currently being funded by council?
That are currently being funded by council.
In this particular area, there's a number of groups. We have approximately 40 agreements across the parks area which support organisations in a number of strategic aims, whether that's sports related or around environmental plant growth.
I was particularly wondering about the planting.
Well, there will be some more specifically around volunteers and supporting volunteer groups to help us with tree and vegetation management, but nothing specifically I can think of that is in this particular niche around growing native plants.
Councillor O'Malley?
I've got a policy and a Parks and Rec question. Can someone, either from Policy or Parks and Recs, tell me if the Billion Trees Fund will do a retroactive payment?
Can't imagine anyone has that information off the top of their head. They can
Well,
find out.
I know it's been in the presentations that some people from Policy have been at. And how would this fit into our carbon neutral 2030 strategic aims?
I don't have an answer for that right now, Councillor.
Yeah, I know it's a pretty big question, but it does go to what I want to say. Likewise to Parks and Rec then, we do have relationships also with like the nursery out at Karatani who produces as well, right?
Yes, they're not grants as such, Councillor, they're more contract related, so they're contracts for service, so they're just slightly different.
Is it known to be an issue with native planting that supply is often the limiting factor when it comes to producing plantings in the future? Has that been identified in the Billion Trees as a problem?
I can't answer
It's a rhetorical
that.
These
question.
questions do seem rhetorical.
Well, the only reason is I need an answer from staff to validate whether or not what I'm about to say is, when I speak, is relevant, because it's framing this in such a way as whether or not this request is a grants request or whether it actually sits in with our strategic objectives around carbon neutral 2030 and Parks and Rec procurement policies.
And these things aren't mutually exclusive, obviously.
No. No, but I mean it's...
Maybe I can better answer that by saying that in the future we would want to encourage further capacity to grow native plants.
And that would include this trust as well as other small nurseries in the city and larger nurseries?
Could do.
Could do, right?
Could do.
Yeah. Good, thank you.
Questions, Councillor Lord?
Yeah, I'm just thinking that $11.50 a plant, that seems very dear. You can just do a quick online look and you can buy plants for anywhere between $7 and $8, so it seems an expensive way. Why would we choose to do it that way?
That's a question for council probably more than staff. Other questions? Councillor Elder?
Under the 1 Billion Trees program, there is funding for nurseries, as I believe. I can't find it straight away, though.
Not so much a question.
So I was just wondering whether we had investigated that.
Councillor
Policy.
Benson Pope.
Mr. West, I suspect, or Sean, I don't know, would supporting a motion like this for this particular amount or some such be consistent with whatever attitude we've taken historically to supporting the Yellow-Eyed Penguin Trust and its propagation programs, or Save the Otago Peninsula and their propagation programs? I just coming back to the need for the wider context and ensuring that we're being consistent here.
My
question clear?
Do you want to take that, Sean? Or I can't answer that easily, sorry, Councillor, because I don't know what the the previous discussions around council have
That's
been around this
my
type
problem,
of
Mr.
stuff.
Chairman, and they'll talk about that in the debate.
And sorry, Your Worship, just to add to, I can't answer that at an operational level, but I can say at a strategic level, the rapid review that we're about to undertake is going to look at biodiversity outcomes and offsetting and those sorts of things that they contribute to the 2030 net zero 2030 goal.
Maybe
And that work is feeding into the long-term plan.
Correct.
Maybe what I can assure you of, Councillor Benson Pope, is that over the last year, Parks has done a huge amount of work to look at all the funding agreements we have, and we've got a really good understanding of what we've got now. We've standardised all of those funding agreements with legal input from DCC legal team, so that we're in a much better place to know exactly what we're funding and why. So we have made some good progress there, but there's still work to be done.
Councillor Reddick.
Is it funding agreements you're talking about propagation funding or other stuff?
As I say, we fund, we have something like over 40 funding agreements in Councillor Radich for a variety of organisations and groups that support the Parks and Rec strategy, and that can be sports or it can be environmental.
And is this group a recipient?
Yes, $6,500 they currently receive.
From recollection, in their submission, they made the point that the plants that they grew were far better. Bigger, brighter, better, more viable, and survived much better in the environment and were suited to the environment, and they'd had bad experiences with buying in plants from elsewhere, that's to my recollection. Do you have any comment on that?
So I'm not an expert in that field, but I would say that they do seem to have a very good track record in growing native plants for the projects they work on.
So, am I allowed to ask, how do you feel about this?
No, you're not.
No.
I'm almost nervous to ask this actually. Is there a seconder for the motion? Councillor O'Malley, thank you for not making this whole thing a time sink. Councillor Barker, question.
I have a question, I think it's for Parks and Recs, about the Biodiversity Fund. I see there's 2 application rounds in there. I just wonder, just for clarification, how much is in the fund and what it funds, and whether it might be a way that Smales Beach Care might apply for that.
The maximum grant for biodiversity is $5,000.
Yep. Oh, sorry, I've got it up online. I meant the maximum amount in the pool.
It's actually Nicola, so she's just looking it up. Hold on a moment. Sorry.
I was looking it up online and I just couldn't find that.
The maximum available to any applicant is less than they are currently receiving as a line.
I wondered, because it's contestable funding, about what the pool is.
Yeah. Councillor Gary. Sorry. You have me to take other questions or we'll find an answer. Councillor Gary.
I just want to check with Mr West whether he knew that one of the common threads.
Is it a question,
It is a
Councillor?
question. Yeah. Through those applications to the Biodiversity Grants Fund is around accessing appropriate plants. Are you aware of that?
So I'm going to have to ask Nicola to answer that because I don't manage the Biodiversity Fund.
I understand that, and that seems to be the question was around, were you aware that there's an issue, a common issue around accessing appropriate plants, native plants?
Councillors, no, I wasn't aware of that issue. Sorry, but in answer to the earlier question, the total sum in the Biodiversity Fund is 80k.
Thank you. Any further questions?
Sorry, is that 80k remaining or 80k?
It's a contestable total grant. That's what's in the budget for the Biodiversity Fund.
And that gets spent every year. That's the total.
It's a match. It covers up to half the cost of any project that people apply for. Councillor Walker. Oh, sorry.
Further question. The Billion Trees Fund. Who can apply to the Billion Trees Fund? Can they, or is it down to us? Is it down to local bodies or what?
Well, it's not a fund administered by council, so the staff may have information about it, but it's not really something. It's tangentially relevant, but I don't know how useful it is at this point. Councillor Walker?
Yeah, just a question. I don't know if anyone in the room can answer this. Perhaps Councillor Gary, you can help. I'm trying to ascertain how much is available through the Te Aotearoa Partnership grants funding round, and whether or not this group has applied to it. I know June, who's not here, would know.
I can't answer that, Councillor Walker,
Okay.
but that was a question for.
Yeah, so it's 53,000, Councillor, and as you're aware, we'll discuss the grants funding for that next week, I believe.
Yeah, exactly. Hence the question. And
Councillor Wiley, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Councillor O'Malley, for seconding it. I thought for a moment there we weren't even going to get to this part of the resolution or motion. To me, we heard a very good submission from this organisation. Miss Adamson, sorry to correct you, Smails Beach has 2 bills in it, Smails. Okay. But when we look at the work they do around for our city and producing what they've produced in the past on a very small budget, I looked at this and saw the impact that they're having and how it ties in with the rest of the work that we're doing around the city. We've got a lot of work to do in around dune restoration, and this sort of organisation can really assist us in meeting our goals in that area and really work on the great work that the team have been doing and around our beaches and coastal areas around the city. So it's well managed, they have a strong track record, they're really involved in Dunedin and local projects, and I look forward to your support on this.
Councillor O'Malley?
I seconded this really to have a discussion around how we're funding these particular entities and what the council is doing right now, especially as it relates to the billion trees. There was another submitter came to the formal submissions, Dale McLeod, who'd come, that I've done a little bit of work with, and it relates to how we're funding these nurseries. There is money out there from central government in the form of the billion trees, but individuals must apply, councils cannot apply. Councils have to act as the coordinating body. Yeah. I asked the billion trees people if they would come and talk to us directly and inform Parks and Rec, and they sent staff to the meeting, as did policy. What came out of that meeting was that we needed to coordinate the nurseries and the planting groups in some way or another, and then Ms McLeod put her hand up to do it. And when I asked her the question, is it like herding cats, that is the problem. It is impossible to get everybody in the same room, including us. So we need to get our act together a lot more. There is millions of dollars available in the Billion Trees Fund, but you have to be planting hundreds of hectares to thousands of hectares to be able to really access that money. All of the entities in the city are small, and they're too small to access the funds, so they need to be coordinated. So I am basically feeding back to our own institution. This won't happen without the council getting involved. I'm not going to support the $23,000 spend to a one nursery because I think we're going to have others talks about where it's not in the normal process to do it through this mechanism. But it brings up, the request itself brings up an unmet need that we are not meeting. So Parks and Rec and Policy, I'm asking you to basically come back to us and show us where you're moving forward, because the Billion Trees Fund is out there accepting money requests right now. In terms of Councillor Lord's question about the price of trees, the issue really is scale, and the problem with those trees that are coming from those large nurseries is they've been grown under glass or under plastic, and then as soon as they get out to the coastal environment, their death rate is really high. So the actual return on investment, by the time you look at a surviving plant at the 4 to 5 year mark, is actually higher on these small scale plant nurseries. This nursery and the one at Karatani get their plants and they grow them from seed within about 500 metres of the coast. So when they go out onto the dunes, they're already used to the salt air environment. So they are a particular type of nursery, offering a particular type of product, which I think will be important for our success. So I'm going to recommend that we don't actually give these guys the money now, because I think I want us to actually instead change our policies and behaviours so that they can get the money they need to expand in a coordinated activity where the council plays the pivotal role of being the main coordinator and getting all the parties together so that we can access these large government funds.
Thank you. Councillor Benson-Pope.
Yeah, thank you. Your Worship, I largely agree with what Councillor O'Malley just said. I think it's clearly an issue, and it's one that we need to sort. In terms of the specifics, though, as I said earlier in my question, while I was also impressed by the submission, and I'm impressed by the work they're doing, and we know it's necessary, and it's going to be more necessary, all this sort of coastal revegetation work in years to come, and as well as right now. But I'm also only too aware of the years of work with varied support that the Yellow Eye Penguin Trust have done around habitat for hoiho, that Save the Otago Peninsula have put in over decades, propagating plants to do this sort of work. And I think we owe it to those groups to be consistent. So I'm not happy to support this at this point. I'm sure there's another home for the support that they need and the funding, whether it be by way of our other funding streams or whomever. And I think that it can't be difficult for this organisation to start to coordinate these sort of requests in a more cohesive way so that we don't run the risk of making ad hoc decisions that we live to regret.
Thank you. Councillor Elder.
I want to support what Jim and Dave said. I've been approached by a number of groups and they're all asking for a stakeholder hui to pull this together. And I see a huge potential in this. I approached the 1 Billion Trees Fund right from the get-go because in fact there's a lot of potential here, but if we work together we can realise that potential. I'm just looking at the Native Ecological Restoration Top-Up Fund, which is under the 1 Billion Trees program, and that's $2,000 per hectare for top-up native tree planting. So there is money there, but we need a coordinated and cohesive approach to actually be able to access these funds well. And quite often the hectares that you need, people don't have enough hectares, but if you joined them, you could then get the funding. So I just think a stakeholder hui and a coordinated approach through facilitation and developing our policy would be a great way to go. So I can't support this, but I do support the whole idea and having a coordinated approach.
Thank you. Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Your Worship. I want to acknowledge the Tomahawk Smells Beach Care Trust for their work and their presentation of their submission, and my decision not to support this is in no way a comment on their work and the worthiness of their work. However, there are a number of other groups out there who are propagating plants, and I hadn't realised until fairly latterly how specific this was. Through being on the grants subcommittee through the last triennium, I became aware of a theme running through where we'd get an application, but sometimes it didn't have appropriate planting specified in there, and there's a very specific regime of the kinds of plants, native plants, that you can use in particular areas, and I certainly learned something about that. I'm aware of a new nursery that I didn't even know existed, pretty much a not-for-profit. They take quite a time to establish. I know there is a gap here in terms of plant availability, but I do believe this needs more coordination. And that's no comment on our staff in different departments, but I do think it's kind of come to a head through this submission. And as we look to the future, this is going to be really important to get a coordinated approach and so that we get the best value for the money that we invest in it. But I certainly applaud the group for their work, and let's see what we can arrange and coordinate.
Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you, Your Worship. I would love to support all the people who put applications in for funding, but it's not possible. And particularly post-COVID, I think, you know, people will be disappointed because we don't have as much money. However, with this project, my recommendation, I'm sorry, not going to support this, but my recommendation is that they go and talk to some Rotary groups. In Rotary, we've actually had a real concerted thing for trying to encourage more trees. And I know we're looking for some projects, so it might be something they can get through that. And actually, Councillor Wiley is a Rotarian as well, so he'll be able to confirm that. But it's certainly something that I think Rotary might consider.
Thank you, Councillor Reddick.
Yes, I think I'd like to support the comments made earlier by Councillor Vincent Pope, where he talks about some certain parties apply to us for the funding, but many other parties are equally appropriate to receive funding, but didn't think of the idea or didn't make the application. And one of the themes coming through for me today is the even-handed methodology and application of funds so that things are distributed evenly throughout the community. So it's important to stick with that process, I feel. And I'd be far more comfortable funding a coordinating body to apply to the Bill and Cheese funds and others so that this kind of nursery throughout the community, you know, and all of the different locations throughout our community would be able to receive a decent amount of funding, especially when it is going big and going to other places. I was particularly struck on a recent walk down to Tunnel Beach with the gorse-clad hillsides that you walk past down a beautifully maintained track. I guess DOC look after that, but the hillsides are all covered in gorse. So it's been well fenced to support the track, but to me it would be an ideal area to be planted in native bush and quite a considerable number of hectares. So I can't support this motion, but I support the overall principle.
Thank you. Councillor Barker.
I can't support this motion, though I do applaud the work that Tomahawk Smails Beach Care Trust do, and it's our local beach. I really don't want to support any uncoordinated spend today and go back to our strategies. And when we look at our environment strategy, we have worked with landowners to integrate biodiversity into productive environments and to help sustain ecosystem services. We also have volunteer conservation by communicating and prioritising conservation projects and supporting communities to deliver projects, deliver a way to track the volunteer conservation contribution and outcomes. And I'd really like to see a framework around that. And I know we have a biodiversity fund. The question is, should we increase the amount that we're giving to the biodiversity fund, because that might be the place for some of these to go. So I would like to see more coordination around delivering the strategy that we already have.
Thank you. Councillor Hall.
I understand why these people want to propagate their own plants, because they're in the environment, like Jim says. The biggest problem we've got into over years is bulk buying from big nurseries in the North Island, and the old recommendation years ago was buy south and plant north, because the plants you get that have been propagated in Southland shift very well to Dunedin. The stuff you bring out of the North Island don't shift well. That's why we lose so many plants.
It's not just true of plants. I want to add to the thanks that have been offered to the Beach Care Trust themselves. I also want to thank Councillor Wiley for bringing the motion, which has taken a beating, it would seem. But I don't think, and it's not looking good. But I think the value of this debate is that we've been able to very publicly, in a political forum, demonstrate the support that exists around this table for the work that is happening. And I certainly can't imagine that any strategic approach to investment in areas like reforestation or native planting would not involve organisations like this. It's just sort of getting the cart before the horse somewhat. And as Mr Jacobs has said, this is exactly the kind of work that will feature in our rapid review program, which looks at where the opportunities exist in the city to support our zero carbon transition work. I can't see how the propagation and planting of native trees in the district would not be an option that we'll be looking at there. in the long-term plan is where we will be able to look at resourcing in a strategic way exactly this kind of work. And so as frustrating as it can be to wait another year to have that discussion, that seems to be looking like where we're heading. Councillor Wiley, you're right of reply.
Thank you, Your Worship. I guess I'm used to being on the wrong side of the table in many discussions, and it appears that I could be here too, but that's okay. You know what, I can't disagree with anything that's been said. There's been a lot of positive comments, and I think there is going to be a positive outcome out for this in the long term. So I will still support this, but I'm happy to go down 14-1, that's life. But I think the key thing is, again, it's been a good discussion, as the Mayor touched on. I will just touch on Rotary, as Councillor Houlihan brought up. You know, it's a case of they're not lacking the support of volunteers. This is how they contribute really hard around the community. But what this organisation really needs is dollars and a lot of support. The one thing that I took out of the work that the submission when I heard it, and have then looked at the rest of the work we've got going on around the city, is we've got a lot of big projects coming up. And we hear about, and Councillor Hall touched on it, you know, we've got these big projects, there's big tenders. And this is another case of making sure that they buy local as part of their tender process. So even if we said, look, you know, anybody who's doing projects around the peninsula, out to Port Chalmers, that they need to buy their plants locally. That would have a huge impact on what happens locally within our nurseries and what we can achieve and support groups like this. Again, that's outside of our purview, so I'm not going to dwell on that anymore, but I think there is some wins to be had. And it's also been great to hear the positive comments from the staff, and I think there is a way forward for this, and as I said, I'll still be supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll put the motion. All those in favour?
Aye.
Those against?
No. No.
That is lost. Thank you. Yeah, sorry, would you like your vote for? Would you like your votes for recorded?
Yes,
please.
Don't want you to be lonely.
It's looking better all the time. What's next? I have Puaka Matsuriki and arts funding on my list of budget amendments.
I'm sitting back.
Thank you. From both?
Puaka.
From Puaka Matsuriki, that's fine. No one's been furiously writing resolutions in the interim, have they? Is there anything else that anyone might? This is your last call for
I'm trying to at the moment. I've got staff looking into stuff.
Is it separate to arts funding?
No.
That is what it is?
No, I've got that sorted.
Okay, what is the...
I sent around the motion to all councillors. Do you want me to read it?
I just need to know what it's about, that's all.
Oh, for the arts funding?
No, your other one.
Oh, sorry. Tennis?
Okay, tennis, thank you.
Your Worship. Sorry, I can't find it.
Are you doing it?
This is a related edition, the Chinese language week, 5,000.
Okay. What do we have before us? Oh, that's fine. No. We haven't. No, you haven't. We're not there yet. I was just getting a list of all the things that people wanted to raise. That's all. You got your Matsuriki? Sorry.
Your Worship, can I add a Otago cricket to the list?
Your Worship, I could talk about arts funding if that's helpful.
In due course.
Yeah.
Is it a funding request or is it a question of clarity of staff as to what the submission is asking for?
Correct.
That might be helpful to do now. Is there some clarity that staff can offer around the submission from, or the joint submission it was from the Otago Polytechnic and, well, New Zealand Polytechnic, Otago branch, whatever it's called now, and Otago Cricket as to what exactly they want?
Yeah.
Is it a budgetary thing?
That was my question.
Mr. West.
Otago Cricket, Mr. Coggin presented to you during the deliberations with a request that Council consider the use of a portion of land on Logan Park to develop a cricket academy in conjunction with the Otago Polytechnic. So probably what I can add to that submission to help you possibly is that Parks and Rec have recently completed a new lease with Otago Tennis, which has negotiated the return of the four tennis courts at the very end of their land, which they've decided they don't require as part of their tennis development. They're undertaking, Otago Tennis are undertaking a $1.7 million upgrade of their facilities, which is underway, and they've decided that they don't need the four courts at the very end. So Parks were keen to negotiate the return of those four courts to allow us to consider how we might turn it back into green space so that we could look at the capacity for Logan Park and the sports opportunities there. And as we've been working through that, Otago Cricket have come in with a proposal for consideration. So my understanding is they're not asking for any funding. My understanding is they're asking for the use of the land. And obviously if we were to agree to that, that would preclude other opportunities around the use of some of that green space that we're about to offer up.
Yes, no financial cost, but potentially opportunity cost, obviously.
Yes.
Are you comfortable with addressing it outside of the budget meeting?
Absolutely, Your Worship.
Thank you. Sorry, we were just killing. I wasn't killing time. No material. Is your Matariki resolution? Who's moved? Councillor O'Malley?
I'll second it, but there's some issues in it I would change, but I'll second it.
Well, I'm happy to second it as it is, but if that makes you more comfortable.
No, I'll second it.
So you want to amend it?
Well, just that that'll mean they get 58.5. It makes sense to me that they get a round figure of 60. You know what I mean? Because it seems a bit bitsy.
Has been moved, Councillor O'Malley. It's been seconded by the Mayor.
I seconded it.
You want to amend it?
Well, I'll second it. Given I put it up initially, I was the first one to mention it.
It's not a competition, Councillor.
But I'm just saying, I'll second it.
Are there questions of staff around the resolution? Councillor Van.
What's the current funding and what community numbers have shown up for the festival?
It's a big question that I don't imagine anybody can immediately
38.5 they get currently.
Okay. Ms. Pimpold?
Sorry, how much?
38,500.
Councillor, the questions are of staff.
I can confirm that the budget is 38,500. In terms of the numbers who've turned up to the festival, I'm afraid we're not in a position to answer that.
But it is one of our sizable sort of primary events, yeah.
Councillor Barker?
I'm aware that we fund some events and then we have some events run by council, and I just want, have you got a list of the events that are run internally? Like there's the Chinese festival, is that correct?
Yes, some events exist as line items in the budget as opposed to going through the contestable grants process.
Yeah.
Civic events. So the events that are run by the team include, I haven't got a list, but I'm just thinking from memory, include New Year's Eve, the Santa Parade, Armistice Day,
Chinese New Year.
Thieves Alley.
Thieves Alley.
And numerous small ones like, you know, songs in the Botanic Gardens and things in the park. And
Councillor Elder.
Just a question of staff, actually. With the New Year celebration, how much Chinese New Year celebration, how much do we spend on that typically?
Sorry, we'll have to consult the budget, sorry.
Other questions? Councillor Houlihan.
Sorry, I don't know if Councillor Barker's question was answered. I was wondering what the Chinese festival gets to compare, you know what I mean?
They're just looking it up.
They're looking it up. Thank you.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Staines. You're hiding behind a monitor.
Thank you, Worship. So, a question, do we have 38,500 in community development for the Puaka Matariki Festival, or is that the money provided through the grants?
That's the money allocated in the budget for coordination of the festival.
Thank you.
Councillor Barker.
I just have a further clarifying question. So the money that's being requested, or the money that's there and the money that's being requested, is that for a staff member or is that for money to spend on the event?
The question about what's being requested is probably best put to the mover of the motion, but...
Okay, I'm just a bit confused.
But sorry, the other part of the question was...
Oh, sorry, now I'm confused myself with my own question. Obviously, there's $38,000 in the budget, and it's wanting to be increased perhaps to $60,000. I'm just wondering what the split of that is, whether it's whether it's actually employing someone extra, or whether it's actually money to run the event. Just a little.
So does that $38,000 figure cover the coordination costs and because they are also a grants funder for events within the program?
Right. So, sorry, I should have clarified before. The 38,000 actually does include 10,000, which is contestable, $10,000, which is contestable, and the staff member that we have, a 0.3 FTE, is funded separately from that 38,500.
Right. Thank you.
Just to clarify, originally that was my original motion was to the staff member to increase the staff member hours, but upon advisement from staff, it was preferred to be written in this form.
Councillor Elder?
I just want to clarify how much we spend on Chinese New Year, sorry.
They're looking it up.
Other questions? Just to avoid the awkward silence, not that we were trying to march over the top of your questions, Councillor.
I could ask another one, but I'm like, it's a money one as well. It's like, how big is the pool that we spend on community events altogether?
Yes. And question? May I just ask a question? Put it out there.
Councillor Reddick.
Yes, do we have a hierarchical list of the various community events in order of spend, please?
Look, I don't think budgets exist for all of these things and are accessible in advance of the meeting. I don't know if asking staff to now compile databases of how much we spend on events on the fly is either fair or particularly helpful to the debate, to be honest. But, Councillor Houlihan?
Thank you, Your Worship. I had a couple of questions for staff. Is that okay?
Go for it.
My question, who am I asking? Is it Nicola?
Staff
or-
generally will say.
Okay.
Depends what the question is.
Anyone? My question is, would this, if approved, would this be having to be renewed every year, or would this be ongoing? And my next question is, if, say, this year they want to hold the festival but can't due to COVID restrictions, you know, the fact that we might not be able to have that many people together, can that funding, if it's only for this year or, you know, reassessed every year, be put aside to help with the following year?
I can tell you that this year's festival is entirely happening remotely online. I don't know what that means for the funding that's been allocated to it. But,
Yes, probably.
But generally there are no cash carry forwards.
Okay, so if people get the funding for it and they can't hold it, we can't move that forward. But
it's not really funded in the way that, because it's run and coordinated by council with the support of the steering rule.
Right.
So it's different to giving funds to a community group to put on an event. It's a civic event. So
I see.
whereas the grants subcommittee have been given the ability to let people keep money granted in this year for events that have been postponed for whatever reason.
Yes.
That doesn't cover this, because this is an event that is funded and coordinated by council ourselves.
Right,
That's
but
the distinction.
if we approve this, will this be the amount it will have each year that the council could use each year to do the?
This is an annual plan meeting for next year, so we're only
Yes.
making decisions, any decisions about ongoing resourcing would be made through the long-term plan.
But the resolution as it's currently worded, Your Worship, would indicate that's ongoing funding.
I'm
That's
happy
brilliant,
to
thank
clarify
you.
it to 2020, 2021, so they're being consistent.
That's fine, thanks.
I'm happy for it to be ongoing, that's fine, thank you.
Well, we can have that debate this time next year. Sorry, I'm aware that there were unanswered questions that the finance team are dealing
The
with.
finance team are looking at it, the spending for Chinese New Year is not a single line item, so they're having to pull together multiple line items in the ledger. So that's what they're working on.
Do hope it's helpful.
Yeah. Oh, there we are.
Councillor Elder.
I just want to put a rationale around that question that I asked, because
No, we're taking questions at the moment.
okay.
You can speak when we get to the debate.
it's just taking a while, but that's okay. Sorry about that.
Ms. Pinfold. Sorry, can't hear you. It's not you. It's probably not you. They weren't anticipating you.
Okay. So for Chinese New Year, the funding is 15K, and for New Year's Eve, it's 29.
Thank you.
And
Oh,
was there another question about the total spent on events?
oh yeah.
Yeah, I think there was a question about that earlier. It's 337,000.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. Sorry about asking.
Councillor Houlihan.
So does that mean, Ms Penfold, that Matariki get the most funding out of any, how does that rank then? Because that's quite a lot more than those other events, isn't it?
To be fair, the financial analyst and I were running through trying to add up the various sums. So as we can establish, yes, Matariki does get more funding.
It also goes for weeks as opposed to a single day.
Oh, right, okay.
And 10,000 of the money is allocated out to the community, as opposed to used to coordinate within council.
Thank you.
Councillor Barker.
I just have a clarification question. So is the person running the event inside council, is it a relatively new position?
I think it's been in place for a year. It is a relatively new position. I think
In its current iteration, previously it was contracted for the purposes of the festival. It's now part of a wider job description held by a staff member that includes responsibility for things like Chinese New Year and other cultural events. Councillor O'Malley, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, I would, Your Worship, and I'd like to also have both Part A and Part B taken separately when we vote, if you don't mind, because I don't want to get Part B influenced necessarily negatively by Part A. People have issues around spending this year. I'm bringing this forward because I feel that one of the things that's been missing in Ōtepoti Dunedin for a long time has been our Māori identity, and I believe that we need to put more effort into it. This presentation that came to us was to say that we need to, and it was for an additional funding of increasing the position from a 0.3 position to a higher level. So I asked staff what would it roughly cost to take it to a 0.5 position. So that's Part A. Part B is the one I kind of want to really focus on, which is I think that we need to start thinking about the modern Dunedin and where we sit in the 21st century. And this celestial holiday is an important one, and we were told in the presentation that because of the way it moves, it starts in the southern South Island and then moves north. So we are in a particularly good position to elevate the position of the city itself in its status of not just a Pākehā city, but in fact a city that has all the settlers for the last 800 years who have been here involved in this city. So for me, the presentation reflected that we are, in my opinion, underinvesting in this festival in general. And the request for the extra staffing was to basically put more effort into it. So that's the part A, and the part B is that I think we need to elevate this to one of our most important festivals in the city, and it needs to sit up there with all the other major events, and therefore I really want to make sure that the part B gets through. I understand that we are, because of the fiscal crisis we find ourselves in, extra spending in this financial year is something we're under pressure for. But we do have a little bit of leeway, so I'm looking to see what people are going to say relative to the Part A and the Part B of this particular motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, I agree with Councillor O'Malley, and what I see this too is not necessarily being the Matariki Festival, but also as a strengthening of the relationship and the memorandum of understanding between particularly Kaitahu and the council and our city in general. And I think that's really important. I know when I spoke to Rachel Wesley, who is our Māori, I'm not sure of her exact title, but Kaiwhakaharihari, I think, is that she mentioned our memorandum of understanding just needs a bit of work, and I think this goes a long way with strengthening those relationships, which when the submission was made at the time, I know that they talked about that really importance of strengthening the relationships. As Kaitahu myself, I think that I see it as being a really significant festival that hasn't had a lot of publicity. And I think if we really, to go with this and make it successful, I think we need to do a full comms strategy around it. And that doesn't actually cost a lot of money. You know, you can do publicity and communication and get that out there, promoting it to everyone to try to bring people in and make it a really inclusive event, and particularly a free family event in our city, and anything like that I think helps with the well-being of our citizens and develop stronger relationships with the iwi.
Thank you. I've been given clarification around costs. They found another budget line. Apparently the New Year's Eve budget is $87,000 and the Chinese New Year budget is $15,000.
With the proviso, that's the best we can do when we're putting together multiple budget lines on the fly.
I appreciate the caveats. Thank you. Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Your Worship. As treaty partners, this is a real expression of our commitment by raising the profile and raising the staffing. We have a number of events in the city. We have a grants scheme to address and support community events, and we also support major events. But some of our events are embedded within our council processes, and this is one of them. And I'm fully supportive of increasing that support to make sure it has the profile that it deserves and should have. So I particularly draw your attention to the second part of the motion, which I think is as important as the first, but the two are linked, certainly. And several times I've talked about the importance in the recovery period post-global pandemic of festivals and events in terms of our well-being and recovery from a mental health perspective, and all of the events and festivals that we eventually will be able to hold will be a really important part of that. And this is one we should be championing. So I do urge all councillors to support both parts of this motion.
Thank you. Just for clarification, to appease the lawyers, the Crown is the treaty partner, not council, but we do have obligations under the LGA and the RMA. So I just wanted to make that clear. But the point's well taken. Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm torn on Part A because I really do not want to spend any more money in this budget in a piecemeal way. I do support B. I just look back at our strategies, as I always do, and find our economic development strategy, which does mention events contribute to the buzz of a city and attract visitors and potential residents. It also takes notes of an event strategy, which includes developing a portfolio of exciting events that appeal to residents, contribute to social wellbeing, and celebrate a culturally rich city. And then we've moved on from this and we've written an events and festivals and events plan, which when I look at it is actually about the funding. And I think the real challenge here is that we have contestable funding. We have events that may or may not happen each year, the things like the Heritage Festival, where is it happening? The funders have to run around spending a lot of time finding funding. New events have to be seeded and run by volunteers. So my challenge is that we need an events plan and an event strategy that's in a more cohesive way. We do have sort of this piecemeal approach to the planning and funding. I know, coming from the visitor industry, that we've been asking for very, very, very many years for an events plan. We've lost things like the Cadbury Festival, which was a highlight in July and attracted many visitors and was a wonderful celebration for people with children that we worked on and built up, and then suddenly that event's gone and there's funding maybe for something new. But I'm really challenged by relying on volunteers to run these events, and I think that we need to go back to our strategic aims, fit them in with the destination plan that I've mentioned before about what sort of events calendar we have, and look at this a lot more strategically.
Thank you. Councillor Reddick.
Yes, I'd like to echo Councillor Barker's comments that having an overall strategic plan would be a really useful thing, and I think Councillor Malley has pointed directly at that with his Part B of the motion. And so the obvious implication of that is that we do have an event calendar with everything on it, which we might not necessarily have at the moment, with all of the relative spending and so forth included in it. And so that there's the option Part B speaks exactly to that. And I see this elevation of Matariki being a very useful thing for the city, even in terms of domestic tourism. And I see that having a midwinter festival in a place, namely Dunedin, which has I find, a very benign winter climate. Despite ice and snow, it's quite attractive and different to the climate you get in Queenstown. So it could be a very useful attraction for the industry of the town in the middle of winter. So I very much support the motion.
Thank you. Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you. Just thinking the questions earlier, I don't think it was overly helpful comparing events off against each other, because I don't really get a feel that that's comparing apples with apples. And like Councillor Barker has alluded to already, a number of us have, I'm not keen on spending much money in this process either. That said, I do think we do need to look at being truly in support of our major Māori festival, and one that may soon become a new national holiday. And as I guess Councillor O'Malley, correct me if I was wrong, did state, I think you said, do we want to live in the past, or do we want to aspire to be a truly forward-looking, progressive place that turns us into a truly modern Ōtepoti?
It's near enough.
Thank you. Yeah, good.
Councillor Elder.
I'm inclined to support both. I think we do have to strengthen the visible nature of our bicultural and multicultural community, and Dunedin doesn't actually reflect that well. If you walk down the main street of George Street, I think the only reflection is actually the symbol for the DCC, which has a Māori person on our symbol. So elevating the visibility of our Māori culture and our Māori heritage within Dunedin, I think, is about our strengthening our identity. It's about pride in identity and visibility, and so I actually do support A and B for that reason. It's about social well-being, it's about recognising the bicultural heritage of Dunedin, and also it's about honouring our treaty partners. So, and that's the reasons why. So I will support both.
Thank you. Councillor Staines.
Thank you, Your Worship. I support this resolution. From a events point of view, I just do want to make councillors aware that there is an events calendar. So the events we know about are on our calendar. We encourage people who are running events to put their information in so we can put it on our events calendar, but that doesn't always happen. So it's not that we don't have one, we do have one. It doesn't necessarily have every event on it, but I'm sure it has Puaka Matariki. This festival is one that I would like to see grown. For the tourism industry, this is a festival that happens in off-season. Many of our events occur during the summer months, and that's fine, except that it doesn't address the hole that is apparent in our tourism sector during the winter months. So these sorts of festivals are from an economic point of view, really important for us. And this should be a high-level festival for this city. It has a lot of meaning behind it, and as was pointed out, we're generally first cab off the rank in the timing of the festival. So I think we can grow it. I fully support the preparation of a report to lift the profile, and I'm sure this is something that Enterprise Dunedin would want to be involved with.
Councillor Menevis.
The claim that there is somehow some kind of tourism benefit to this festival, I think, is overblown, especially post-COVID. We don't have any overseas tourists now at all. There's no cruise ship market anymore, and the limited amount of tourism that we do have is very unlikely, in my view, to be affected by this festival. In my previous occupation, running sound and lighting systems in Dunedin for 20-something years, I was aware of many events and festivals that were either underfunded or just simply didn't happen because there was no funding for them. As an example, the Octagon to Brighton car rally. There was no funding available for a sound system even for that, which is just a few $100s. And I think the 38,000 that already goes to this event, given the number of people that come to it, I consider it already to be a well-funded event. If we were going to spend another $20,000 on events, I think that there would be many new, smaller events that I would see the $20,000 much better spent on. Getting on to the idea that we somehow need to elevate this festival and strengthen our relationship with Maori by throwing more money at this festival, I find that whole concept rather awkward. Real relationships aren't bought, and elevating festivals is not something that you simply throw money at. It's something that you may want to promote and you may want to get public buy-in to. But if the public aren't buying into it already and it's been running for some time and quite well financed, then I don't see throwing extra money at it as going to have any significant benefit. I support the festival. I think it's a lovely thing to have. I don't believe that it's going to be that much better throwing over $20,000 at it. I would much prefer, if we had budget, and I don't believe we do, I'd much prefer that we would seed fund a whole lot of other kind of events, for instance, using the sound shell in the gardens, making better use of the Octagon. There's a whole host of much smaller events that you could do for half of that money, rather than just trying to inflate an event that already has been well established and I think has already found something of a limit in terms of public appeal. So for those reasons, I'll be voting against the motion.
Thank you. Further speakers? I can support this. I appreciate the comments that have been made around strategic investment and contestable funding that we have available for other events. But the fact is that both this, well, and mostly previous councils have decided that some events are of significant civic importance, as such that they have their own place in our work and in our budgets. And Puaka Matariki is certainly that, as is Chinese New Year, which celebrates part of our settler history. It is a vast event that includes, well, the festival is a vast festival that includes a lot of events, and both the festival and the events themselves are largely guided by volunteers. I disagree with the assertion that it is well financed, given the scale of the operation and the scale of its audience. It does make me nervous, though, the comments that are made around growth, around destination marketing, around visitor nights, around tourism, because I don't think it's for us to decide what the purpose of this festival is, to be honest. There is a steering rōpū that exists to guide it, and it is their job to determine what the form and function of this festival is. It's our job to resource it, and I welcome the suggestion that we increase the resourcing of what I think is a remarkable event, given the support that it gets given, and is the only annual event in our calendar that celebrates the bicultural nature of our city and our community. So, and B, isn't asking for money. I mean, it may require that. It could easily be a reprioritisation of existing resources in council, but I wouldn't be. I think to characterise B as being inherently about throwing more money at the event, I think is perhaps a little reductive. So thanks to Councillor O'Malley and Councillor Houlihan for bringing this to the table for discussion today. Councillor O'Malley, you're right to reply.
Thank you, Worship. Before I reply to this particular motion directly, I want to note that we're quite often rejigging where festivals sit in council. Because they are community events, we have them currently in community development, but they are not often, some of them, and I believe this could be one of them, are also mechanisms for us displaying outside our city who we are and what we stand for. And therefore, the ability to do that sits with other departments, notably in this case the Economic Development Unit. And we are always in a situation where we take something like Matariki and we get next to a commercial entity, part of the council, running along a line we have to be very careful of. But I believe that part of what we are doing here is not just internally supporting Matariki in the city, but making a statement about the city to the rest of the nation. And I agree with Councillor Barker, and I note Councillor Staines' statements about our events calendar. We do have an events calendar. I think, though, again, it could probably have some more work done on how we want to invest in it, what we want to invest in, and what that investment looks like, whether it be hours, whether it be positional, whether it actually money and advertising. Because although Matariki is a celestial event, it always occurs near the shortest day, near our longest nights. And so we have a situation here where we are the city so far south that we, instead of being ashamed of our long nights, should in fact be embracing them. And this could be part of a much bigger positioning of Dunedin to say we've got the night sky components of it, we have the Midwinter Festival, and in fact, the Midwinter Festival and the Matariki organisers have coordinated together in the past. So we can make something of this, which I think is bigger, but I acknowledge this is a cultural event, and rather like Christmas, you've got to be careful about the commercialisation. And there will in fact be tensions between those who want to commercialise it and those who want to say no, there should be no commercialisation, and we need to be careful as we go forward with that. I remind everybody here, though, that the first settlers arrived here 800 years ago. This city is 200 years away from being a millennial city. And we need to acknowledge that, and we need to be proud of that. And as we move forward in a multicultural vein in life, we need to make sure that we are embracing everybody's culture, and all the important players of the city all have their moment on the stage. And I think this one is a great one for bringing Mana Whenua's position in the city to a profile that it deserves. I did ask them to be taken separately, and I'll still ask it to be taken separately, but I have a feeling they would have passed together as a single motion. I'm very conscious of the fact that we're in a very tight financial year, and that's why I wanted to take them separately. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll take part A, please. Those in favour? Oh, can we, sorry, it's gone. Can we have it back up to the... Sorry. Thank you. Part A, all those in favour?
Aye.
Those against?
No, recorded, please.
Recorded, please. That's fine. That's agreed. And B, all those in favour?
Aye.
Those against?
No, recorded, please.
That is agreed. Thank you. Welcome back, Councillor Fussell.
Thank you.
Councillor Houlihan, you're up.
Thank you, Your Worship. I wanted to speak on the arts funding, and I've put a motion around, hopefully councillors can see that, proposing that it be increased from 3,000, which it initially was, to 20,000. Now, I know a lot of you will say, oh, that's a big jump. However, we're in exceptional circumstances at the moment. This money...
Sorry, Councillor, it might be helpful to wait until it's in front of people.
Yep.
And then we'll see if there's a seconder, and then we'll see if people have questions
Okay,
at the start.
thank you.
That's right.
Thank you.
By the end of this, we'll have a process.
Can I talk about it first? Or
No.
not? No, okay.
Is there a seconder? Oh, sorry, Councillor Rad. Questions of, I guess, staff in the first instance, if people had any. My question is, what is the existing? Sorry, I was unaware that the vocational pathways was a budget line, but what is the existing budget to support that work, Mr. Dixon?
We presently allocate, sorry, is this on? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
We presently allocate $3,000 a year from our general project funding within the oratory strategy team to this initiative.
And what does that? When I say what does that buy? It seems like a crude way of putting it, but what does that buy?
Well, what we're doing with that funding at the moment, we're working in partnership with the School of Art, with the Ministry of Education, and with the Secondary Schools Career Advisory Group within Dunedin. We've established a working group. At the moment, that funding is allocated to the production of some video footage where we interview both students and practicing artists about their career journey.
So this is specifically targeted at current high school age students?
It's at people at all stages throughout the vocational pathway that leads to a career in the artistic and creative industries.
Got it. Thank you. Other questions, Councillor Reddick.
Has it led to any careers?
Well, the initiative has only started this calendar year. It's in response to Creative New Zealand's increased interest in this agenda, and we were proceeding on the production of these videos, but of course that got interrupted by level 4 lockdown. So
has Creative New Zealand matched funding or supplied any funding themselves?
no, they're putting quite a lot of resources in at a national level. This is a local response. Also on the steering group for this project is a member of the Enterprise Dunedin team who is engaged at a national level, but they haven't contributed resources to this initiative. This is a local project.
And there has been some chatter in national media about contributing to arts funding as a COVID response. Have you heard anything, or are you aware of anything like that?
Certainly not in relation to vocational pathways. There has been support for artists and artist initiatives that have got into trouble under lockdown.
So ones that already have a vocation.
Indeed.
Oh, I see. Yeah, I think you might be referring to the emergency grants that have been made available to practitioners and mostly arts organisations. Yeah. Councillor Gary?
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. I wanted to ask Mr Dixon, are there other parts of the arts that, in response to COVID, would benefit from some support?
I think it might be useful at this point to focus questions on the resolution.
It will affect how I vote.
It doesn't necessarily make it a question around the resolution, but...
True.
Councillor Walker?
Yeah, hopefully I will adhere to that dictate. Mr Dixon, can I just ask you, is there any ability within the current Aratoi funding model to shift funding or boost educational funding even when needed appropriately?
Well, we have a very limited resources, but they can be reallocated as appropriate.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Councillor Reddick.
Sorry. What would we do with this extra funding, and why would we do that?
Well,
I don't know if why is a question Mr Dixon can answer, but what is a relevant one?
Well, what
Indeed.
might
Yeah.
have an objective you
What would
would
this
like
do?
to achieve.
Yeah.
Well, we could move the agenda on so that we could, for example, provide opportunities for internships, and we could also develop much richer resources of the kind that we already have commissioned from the School of Art around mapping the route through from secondary through tertiary into work. So there would be some positive impacts.
You do know.
Do you have a question?
Yes, I do have a question.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Worship. My intention was with this motion was hoping that existing artists who are wanting to launch new projects or pick up perhaps where they've left off could apply for funding to this. Is that possible or not? Because it sounds like maybe it might not be. That's what when it said arts funding, I assumed you could use it for arts projects that provide work, which is vocational.
This is about encouraging people, as I said, at school and at tertiary level, to get the skills required necessary to make a career in the arts. So, in response to your question, Councillor, certainly internships offered within this would provide that.
Okay, this isn't what I thought it was. Because I had hoped that this could be used to help people during this time with COVID, that if we increase this, they could apply for some funding. So you're saying it wouldn't do that?
Vocational Pathways is a particular framework that the Ministry of Education sets. So there's an agricultural stream and a hospitality stream and an arts and culture stream. And so the program, and it's partly funded by council in Dunedin through the project budget that the Aratoi team have. But it should be a capital V and a capital P probably. It's a specific project. It's not a broad area.
Right, so they have to have, but if it's an existing artist who had a specific project they wanted to work on, it sounds like they probably couldn't apply.
To clarify, Councillor, there are arts grants which do provide precisely that kind of opportunity.
So can we look, instead of looking, so it would be an amendment to this or a new motion, that we increase arts grants then? Because somehow I want to be able to increase some funding, give extra funding to artists right at this time because they're really struggling.
Again, that's a question for councillors and not for staff to answer, but it seems to me that you're asking for the leave of the meeting to withdraw the motion.
Yes, please. Thank you, Your Worship.
I'll move that we withdraw the motion. All those in favour? Aye. Those against? That's agreed. Your next one is around tennis.
Yes, well, I've just put some questions out and I was waiting for figures to come back, but I haven't received them yet.
We can't provide the figures you're asking for. I'm sorry, Councillor. I'm happy to have a chat with you in an adjournment, but staff can't provide the figures that you're asking.
And we certainly will be back after lunch, Councillor, don't worry.
Okay, thank you.
On my, is that all though for decisions with a budget implication? Oh, it might be worth clarifying now that Ms. Benson is back, just around the discussion we had yesterday around the rail feasibility work and whether or not any additional budget is required to do the work as outlined in paragraph 11 of that report, the wider assessment of wider rail assessment at a regional scale.
So, Your Worship, I can confirm that we can undertake the study to look at the long-term options for freight and passenger opportunities in the Otago Southland area for $100,000 within existing budgets.
Within existing budgets, fantastic, thank you. Sorry, Councillor Lofiso. You raised the spectrum of Chinese Language Week.
Yes, sorry that I didn't put it in earlier. I'm referring to submission number 772-990, New Zealand Chinese Language Week, $5,000 in relation to the New Zealand Chinese Language Week from 20th to the 26th of September. $5,000.
Do you have a second? Is there a second for the motion? It lapses one of a second. Oh, sorry, Councillor Gary. Would you like to speak to it, Councillor?
Yes. Looking through the schedule of funding requests, this caught my eye, and belatedly I just dropped the ball there this morning. But it's a modest amount, and from the previous debate regarding Puaka Matariki, Councillor O'Malley talked about pride and identity. I'm moving that we support this because it's modest, but also it goes to the heart, I believe, of the history of this country. If we know anything about the history of this country, we need to be aware that New Zealand Parliament in 1891 passed a poll tax, and I think it was equivalent to $17,000 in today's money, where only one Chinese immigrant was allowed per 10 tonnes of cargo. So in 2002, Helen Clark, as Prime Minister, apologised for the shameful legislation and treatment of Chinese immigrants. So whenever things like this come up for our consideration, I think we have to be aware that we have to acknowledge the shameful parts of our history, not to dwell on guilt or shame, but to actually take steps to support communities whenever they ask for amounts in terms of the future. And not only our mokopuna, our grandchildren's generations, but also theirs. Kia ora.
Thank you. Further speakers? Councillor Gary.
I concur with what my colleague has said, but I just want to recall a very moving occasion when local Chinese community made their first visit to Otago Marae and to the urban marae, and hearing him speak about that history was exceptionally moving. So this goes just a very small way in an acknowledgement of that important part of our history.
Other speakers? Councillor Adams.
$5,000 to assist with the delivery of Chinese Language Week. Where is it going to end? There were a lot more Dutch immigrants that came here. I don't see any Dutch immigrant language week coming along. This idea that somehow we have a pot of money that we can dish out for any kind of PC application that comes along, I think is just going too far. This is public money. We're in a post-COVID environment. I understand the Chinese Language Week is going to go ahead anyway. The throwing money at things because somehow they're fashionable, I think, is not something that we should be doing. I won't be voting for it.
Councillor Walker.
Yeah, personally, I have absolutely no objection to anything Councillor Lefiso has said related to why this would be supported in principle. However, I just feel this is not the place of the process to ask for this money, and particularly in the context of the fact that there are plenty other places within current funding models throughout the DCC where they could go to ask for the money, and I presume they would be roundly supported. And yeah, that's just my view. I just don't think this is the place for this particular application.
Councillor Barker.
I do don't support the motion, sorry, but because we do need to look at our fiscal responsibility, and I do agree with Councillor Walker that we do have a contestable funding pool, and I'd encourage them to apply to that.
Yeah, I agree with the comments made by Councillor Walker and Councillor Barker. We've spent the entire time I've been at council working towards moving away from requests for events and grants from community groups coming to the annual plan meeting and coming to the long-term plan meeting, instead deciding on a budget to be used to support those kinds of community outcomes that is distributed largely through the grants subcommittee, through the various contestable funding rounds, at which point all of the applications are able to be assessed at a strategic level, and those different the different strengths of different audiences and different priorities are worked through with recommendations by staff, but ultimately decided by the community representatives and the council appointments to the grants subcommittee. It's not the same slippery slope argument as Councillor Vandervis has made, but I would hate to see us go back to that way of dealing with our annual plan and long-term plan discussions, where all manner of small and $5,000. For me, it's not a fiscal responsibility argument. I don't think $5,000 at this stage is going to make a significant difference to any individual ratepayer, but I struggle with it from a strategic decision-making point of view when we've gone to such great lengths to establish the frameworks that we have to be able to make these kinds of decisions and have appointed people, and not just sitting around this table, but from the wider community to make those decisions for us. So as much as in all I would like to support this, I certainly would encourage them for subsequent years to make applications through the various contestable funds that we have available. I don't think this is the forum for this, for us to be making this decision. Councillor Wiley.
Thank you, Worship. I do support the intention of this motion, and I also support and acknowledge the application or the submission that the group made to the hearings process. But I would concur with the others in the sense of this, to me, is a grants committee submission, and as many other different minorities or different groups around the city come to us, and I know, for example, the Malaysian Student Festival is another good one that celebrates. We have many strong organisations that are funded for their weeks of events and things like that that come through that process, and I would wish them the best of luck of putting an application in and being approved next time it was possible.
Yeah. Councillor Loffice, you're right to reply.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you to colleagues for your consideration. I did suspect that when I read the submission that they were too late for the funding round, so that's why I just thought. I also, what coloured my moving of this resolution is, I guess, at the background, receiving an email from Mr. Terry Wilson, who continually talked about, you know, the COVID-19 virus. He referred to it as the China virus, which I felt was really offensive. And I just wanted us to signal in some way an acknowledgement of the racist behaviour and name-calling that's gone on in social media in terms of towards Chinese people, towards Chinese New Zealanders and Asian people in general. So I just wanted to, and also what reminds me is Carmen, Councillor Houlihan's, Councillor Houlihan's reference to relationships. It is about relationships are key, and we have our processes, and it doesn't, and these things don't, you know, I wouldn't be advocating for every little application, but just in terms of the times that we're in, just acknowledging the history and difficulties that Chinese New Zealanders have faced in general. And to me, it's not about throwing money at this and throwing money at that. It's about relationships and acknowledging the past and the present and the future. But I accept what colleagues have said about fiscal, you know, processes. Thank you.
Thank you. You're going to take the vote by show of hands. All those in favour? Those against? That's lost. Thank you. 12, 20. There appears to be a discussion required from Councillor Houlihan in advance of any tennis-related debate, so we can do that after lunch. There's a flurry of activity all of a sudden. Councillor Benson-Pope and then Councillor Raddick.
Also a sort of process question, Mr Chairman. I mean, that discussion illustrates the need to ask a question about the filtering of applications to the annual plan. I understand if people have missed a funding round, they might want to try have another bite at the apple. But do we alert people to the fact in advance that there are other better avenues for applications or supplications, such as the tennis issue, that in the normal course of events, given that one hasn't started, so why would you ask for support for phase 2? But that would come via a report with staff to a committee round in the normal course of events, just as Legion reports from the Cricket Association have in the past, with limited and some success.
So it's very hard to advise people that in advance of a submission. I can only think of once since I've been here when we said to people, really don't come and ask us for money because we're in serious austerity and we're looking to take out a whole lot of what we've already got in the budget, let alone give out more. So generally people submit, they ask you for things, and the next step of this phase is when the staff write the responses to the submission, quite often they end up saying, did you know there's this grant round, or did you know this work is underway? So that's the process by which we go back to the submitters. Submitters by law can submit on anything they like.
Councillor Raddick.
Thank you.
Yes, just by way of completeness, there is one further.
Could you speak into your microphone?
Just by way of completeness, there's one further item on the list, which is the Orokonui Eco Sanctuary.
Oh, there are plenty more items on the list, but this isn't. We're not going methodically through all of the requests. It's just a forum for people who want to raise funding requests.
Yes. Well, so I'm very interested in the Orokonui Eco Sanctuary, and they've applied for 10% of the fence repair budget, so 10% of $336,000. And so I'd like to propose that the council does support the Eco Sanctuary with in-kind assistance and 10% of the remediation cost of the predator-proof fence. So I'd like to put that on the table for discussion.
Councillor Walker's sitting back. Is there a seconder? It lapses for one of a seconder. I'll adjourn the meeting for lunch. Welcome back, Councillor Walker. And we'll come back at 1:30 30. We should have exhausted all of the budget amendments at this point, but there are other papers that need to be dealt with. I'll move. Second to Councillor Gary. All those in favour? Aye. Those against? That's agreed. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's 20 to 2. We are still formally on item 12, dealing with amendments to the budget. We had exhausted the list before lunch, but it's worth checking, I suppose, if anything has changed in the interim. No. Item 13 is Annual Plan 2021 Summary of Community Feedback. And my understanding, Ms. Graham, of the requirements around feedback is that we're no longer required to specifically respond to individual submissions and instead provide broad responses by theme or submission topic to people who have raised those. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct.
Thank you. Councillor Lofisel.
Sorry, Your Worship. Councillor Houlihan has just circulated her tennis motion from item 12.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
Oh, thank you.
Let's see it.
Oh, sure. I've sent it to you. There's also the arts funding one that's got a new thing that's being sent to everyone.
Can you send it to the staff, please?
Oh, I sent it to ELT and council. Okay.
ELT doesn't know how to read the screens.
Okay. Why is the name coming up? Oh, thank you. Have you done both? Oh, yeah. Thank you.
Councillor Manners.
Just a brief question and clarification on page 102.
Sorry, we've gone backwards. It was preemptive. We're now apparently still doing item 12. Hold that thought.
That's for Tina's, but the other one's the art. Oh,
Before phase 1 started.
this Euro worship.
When you say consider, what do you mean?
Well, it is a funding application, however, I'm just asking for, and I'm not sure on your advice whether it's appropriate to put it in here, but just to, because it is a funding application, but they're wanting it, to be considered. So I'm just making sure that it's noted that if it could be considered under that, when we do that review of the sports facilities needs assessment.
So it's not a request for funding for the project? It's not an amendment to the budget?
Probably more LTP.
That's fine. I don't think, in that case, I don't think it needs to be dealt with here.
Thank you.
Okay, and we can deal with it through the committee round and
you.
through the development of the long-term plan process. Sorry.
I believe so. You've got the arts one?
Yep.
Has she got the arts one? Oh.
The muzzling is to be encouraged. Yeah.
Got Otago colours, eh?
Oh, I had the background here to go with that. Oh, no. Well, it was just so they knew what was proposed. That would be great if that's okay. Oh, everybody's got that in your email, haven't you?
Yeah.
Was it part of the motion?
No,
Okay, that's
it's
fine.
just background.
Do you have a seconder?
I don't know. Do I have a seconder? I'm not sure.
It lapses for want of a seconder.
Okay.
Thanks. Any other amendments to the budget? I should stop asking.
Chris.
Councillor Stones.
I have one. I'm not sure whether it's actually...
Sorry, can you talk into your microphone?
I have one that I would like to do, but I'm not sure whether it's appropriate now or as we do the wash-up, because it affects one of our earlier resolutions.
And is its form dependent on all other decisions that precede it?
Well, we made a resolution to limit the rate increase to 4.1, and I don't want to see that increase. But I do have a desire to see the COVID recovery funding return from 500,000 to $1 million, but also include not only our community, but our community of business for initiatives that will help us recover out of COVID-19.
So is the question, to put it crudely, how much is left between,
Yes, how much is left,
allocated
so
funding and the 4.1?
blow the 4.1.
Yeah, that's fine.
So at the moment, there's only been $50,000 spent from, so we've got $450,000 left of that 500 that wasn't included in the COVID recovery.
Right. Thank you. Would you like to deal with it now?
I've sent the resolution.
Right, thanks.
Would you like me to speak to it, Your Worship?
I have a procedural question.
I was going to have some procedural advice.
Yeah, so in terms of, and this, I've never used the overarching recommendation to revisit something before, so here we are. Do you need to revoke the previous motion?
No, you would just replace it with this one, noting that the resolution that was in place, but councillors may wish to consider the community feedback first, because depending on what councillors decide when they consider the community feedback, it may make budget changes. Just depends. My advice would be that you went through the community feedback just to ensure that then you're not having to do this for a third time.
Yeah,
I'm comfortable with that.
Yeah, sounds good. Thank you. Item 13.
Oh, right.
Oh, sorry. We need to move a generic resolution in response to requests for resourcing that have not been approved by council.
That's it.
It's fine.
Who wants to put themselves up on the chopping block in the second bit?
Can we tweak that just
I'm
a
struggling with
little
the
bit?
grammar, but
Yes.
Who wrote this? I mean, I understand the intention.
Yes.
Just not entirely.
The words.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you want, Claire, will you tweak that?
That's fine. Can we come back to it?
Yeah.
Okay. Item 13, third time's a charm. Summary of community feedback. Councillor Vandervis, your question.
Yes, on page 102, item 8, it says a total of 924 feedback items were received. Does that mean there were 924 people that provided feedback? Or were there a lesser number of people that provided a lot of different items?
Yeah,
it seems odd.
Is it submissions or submission points?
It's submissions, so 924 submissions, and then obviously submissions can make multiple comments on multiple topics.
Right, so there were 924 people and they submitted on various different things.
Correct, Councillor.
Right, thank you for that.
Individuals and organisations, but yeah.
Cheers.
Other questions of the report?
Actually, I've got one more question, and that is that there are many references going through the report of many submitters, or a lot of submitters, or the majority of respondents. Is it possible to have actual percentages rather than just these very generic statements?
It's not administratively possible, unfortunately. The reason it says items on the 924, some are through social media, some are through the formal written form, so they come in so many different ways, and some may just be a small comment and a detailed submission, so it really is problematic to do it that way.
Thank you.
Further questions? And the resolution, I mean, the recommendation is that we consider it, but that's not particularly definitive. What do we note? Note the submissions. Flailing around for governance advice, but I'm unclear as to what any statutory requirements would be around this. That's all.
Notes is fine if there are no actions that the council wants to take with any of them.
Okay. Councillor Gary? Oh, okay. I'm happy to move that. Council notes the feedback received. Seconded, Councillor Gary. Councillor Manderson.
Happy to note it as well, but I would also like to note that the question that was included regarding the local government funding agency, the LGFA, seems to me to have been a question asked for which there was insufficient information for people to actually give a reasoned response. The explanation, which was very welcome from our finance head Dave Toombs yesterday, regarding the different ways and the different responsibilities that came with joining the LGFA, considerably changed my view on whether it was a good idea or not. And to put what is basically a pretty technical question out there into the general public without giving them the information required to understand what the real responsibilities were and what the effects were of that, I would have preferred that there would have been some more generic questions that would have been asked of the public that they would have been in a better position to give some feedback on. Just my general comment. I'm happy to vote for it anyway. It was interesting that we got a lot of responses to that, and I was quite interested that a lot of people responded to the LGFA question, even though it wasn't plainly their thing, looking at the rest of their submission.
Yeah, thanks. I mean, I certainly had a question around the way that question was formatted and saying option A, yes or no, option B, yes or no, and you see the responses. But my understanding is that was an audit requirement and a battle that we won and fought and lost in terms of how that was put in the consultation document. But staff want to respond to that.
Not going to refer to it, but there was a lot more information about LGFA on the website, on the annual plan section. So if anyone went on the website.
So the document, you're right, did have to pass audit, and so in line with our plain English approach to trying to explain reasonably complex things, what's in the consultation document was succinct but in plain English. The question in the end did have a yes or a no answer after discussions with audit, and there was comprehensive, detailed information on the website for those who did want more detail.
Thank you. Councillor Gary?
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to note something. I'll be obviously supporting this, but this was a very unusual situation, as we know, in that the annual plan deadline was extended. And then we started to have, alongside that, in parallel, conversations with the community in various ways. And I want to give 2 examples around what the impacts of COVID were. So some of the submissions that were made earlier on in the process, you know, those people may have changed. Some of the things would have been the same answers anyway. And I'll just give you one example, two examples. I was part of a community builders hui on Zoom, and then Creative Dunedin Partnership met on Zoom, and from those two meetings I got a whole kind of picture of what was happening. If you were to look at the feedback here, you might see 6 responses or 6 submissions or 2 submissions or whatever about, for example, arts funding. It's such a bigger picture than that. So I think there's a danger in the numbers. I disagree with Councillor Dennis. There's a danger in just looking at the number of submissions. So I just note that.
Thank you. Further speakers? And all I want to offer is my thanks really for people's patience and understanding and flexibility through this process, not least of which came from our staff, particularly after we extended the submission deadline and contracted the rest of the process to get to this point. To submitters, many of whom in our public hearings were negotiating, it would seem, online video conferencing technologies for the first time. To our GSO team, who, and it can't be underestimated how much of a logistical nightmare for them it was managing public hearings on a Zoom platform, and also to colleagues. It was a far more difficult process and a far more exhausting process to manage in a digital online environment, and we can only count ourselves lucky that we were able to gather in person at this end, because I think this would have been a very challenging decision-making process without the ability to gather face-to-face. And with that, I'll put it. All those in favour?
Aye.
Those against? That's agreed. Okay. So it's been redrafted, the recommendation that council declares. Yeah, it's fine. Happy to move that. Second, Councillor Gary. Anyone like to speak to it? I'll put it. All those in favour?
Aye.
Those against? That's agreed. Is 17 the last one?
I think it is.
Sorry, I've been doing them out of sequence. So 17 is completion of annual plan deliberations and decision making. Now would be a good time to tell me if I've missed anything before we close the meeting. Yes. Oh, the amendment? Yep. Yeah. Well, before we get to that, we need to deal with Councillor Staines' foreshadowed motion. Thank you. Mostly with regards to C, the original motion that you're proposing to replace Councillor Staines referred to social wellbeing outcomes, which has now become community. I'm just aware that community outcomes mean something very different in our social well-being.
Yep, I'm happy.
Social well-being and economic development
Economic
objectives.
Development objectives.
That's fine. Oh, sorry. Request staff to provide a report to the 30 June meeting outlining options for allocating that towards COVID-19 recovery initiatives that support our social well-being and economic development objectives.
It should say allocating the support fund, I think, rather than that, just because just
Or allocating B or...
Yeah, allocating B or allocating the support.
That's fine.
Just before this all happens, can we just get an update on what the rating, whether the rating increase will still be at 4.1?
That would be helpful.
It's 4.13.
Yeah, because the 50k.
Could drop that
So-
50,000.
So is that the difference? So if this was $950,000, it would get you to
4.1
4.1?
flat.
And that's what I was going to propose. 950.
So we just bring this down a little bit
Yeah.
to reflect that.
Well done.
Yep.
Perfect.
950,000.
So it's now 950,000.
900 million.
Too soon.
Couldn't resist.
Same as South Dunedin.
Who's your question for, first and foremost?
For your worship,
yeah.
actually. In A there, shouldn't it read plus additional borrowing of 7.5 million?
No.
Because option 1 was not just for an increase of 4.13%, it was also for borrowing of 7.5 million. And we're not doing the 7.5 million additional borrowing anymore. I'd be delighted if we weren't.
That first resolution is identical, and the second resolution,
Yeah.
apart from changing 4.13.
We don't think we need option 1 anymore in this one.
Okay.
Yeah, you probably just remove it and say the council approves a rates increase of 4.1%.
10, isn't it?
4.10,
Yeah.
which it will be. Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, the
1.10.
The 0 is redundant, but
You've got to take away the 3.
I'll move that we adjourn the meeting. We've got days to spare, don't panic. Second, councillor Staines, all those in favour? Those against, that's agreed.
So the mothballing is going to be second.
Up to. Or just instead of estimated to be, just say up to.
Should we make the amount 3.5 instead of 4.1?
Seeing as we've now turned a horse into a camel, it might be worth, I'm just checking the degree of comfort that the staff have with particularly D and how that's phrased.
Sorry, say again?
I'm just checking in with the finance team to make sure that they are, well,
Because it's to cover the revenue shortfall. If the revenue shortfall is smaller, we will borrow less. So we'll come back to council.
Yeah, I think it has to be estimated to be, otherwise there's some challenges.
it's fine. Fine by me.
Budget works.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Thanks, Jim.
Yeah.
Budget X.
Because we have to have a number in the budget.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Seems more and more likely.
Just one question, Your Worship.
Slow time.
If you read that really fast and you didn't know what you were reading, you may think that the mothballing of Dunedin, I know it doesn't say that, but if you read it fast, you may think the mothballing of Dunedin Railways Limited was going to be 7.5 million.
That's why we wrote in combined borrowing.
Well, I wonder if you just... Well, I was just actually wondering if you just put the Dunedin Railways Limited and revenue shortfall currently budgeted. It's just, I know it by English is correct. I'm just worried that someone reading it fast is going to hit.
Would you settle for a comma, Councillor O'Malley, after shortfall and another one after costs?
Or if we just switch, you're suggesting switching.
I'm just switching Dunedin Railways and revenue shortfall around so that the last thing they read is revenue shortfall currently budgeted. You know, so they. I know it's not. It's pedantic, but I think it's going to stop an accidental reading and heading off in the wrong direction. Which is, it's all I'm really worried.
I didn't realise Dunedin Railways had a revenue shortfall of 7.5 million.
Do we need to put Dunedin Railways in there? Or just do...
With respect to the other pedants in the room, Mr Chair, that now would potentially suggest that the revenue shortfall was sourced from Dunedin Rail.
And look what you have awoken, colleagues.
Do we need to put Dunedin Railways in there?
Order. Order.
If it goes the other way, then Councillor Benspoke has to explain it to the public.
I just think we don't need it in there.
It's your last chance, pedants.
That's better. Marginally.
Comfortable, Councillor O'Malley?
Oh yes, as comfortable as I can be.
Mr Logie? Ms Graham, we're comfortable with this
Well, we
phrasing?
know what it means, so.
Yeah, that's the
Is there
problem.
an extra space between costs and
I find it very confusing.
Yeah, never been a double spacing fan.
Why don't you move it?
Hey? Are you moving it, are you? Oh, it's been moved. It's Councillor Staines' motion. Move, Councillor Staines. Seconded, Councillor Gary. Would you like to speak to it, sir?
Thank you, Worship. As this meeting has gone on and as we've seen more and more in the media on the state of business, it's not only our social well-being in the city that has been severely impacted by COVID-19, but also our business community and through that our economy. So in proposing the change to add 450,000 to the original resolution, to put a fund of 950,000 for COVID-19 support, both for our social well-being and our economic activity to lift it. I think we're recognising that both sectors have been hurt, and it gives freedom for our staff now in that section of the budget to fund initiatives that will address those issues. And I look forward to seeing the report from staff that was asked for in terms of how the money should be allocated. And certainly, I think we'll easily spend the 950, but certainly this is not a slush fund to be spent. I see it as a fund that enables our budget to cope with expenditure on items that are appropriate and will be effective in helping our community recover.
Thank you. Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Your Worship. I want to particularly speak to B and C of the motion in support of all of it. And the one thing that I have come to realise through lockdown, through a variety of experiences, through the annual plan hearings, through contact with various people in the community, is that some people in the community have been hugely hard hit by the impact of COVID-19. Some people are unaffected, and some people, in fact, and this is businesses that I have heard of directly, who are doing very well and have taken up opportunities caused by the disruption of the global pandemic. So we have put some immediate things in place to support our community, and they vary from everything around how people are paying their rates and some flexibility around that. In the grant sector, some flexibility around that for organisations who have planned events, and measures such as free parking and so forth. But there's so much more to do. But any future support we put in place for our community needs to be targeted, and because the effects of COVID-19 are so varied, and it's not everyone that's affected. So we need to make sure it reaches the people and the businesses and the organisations that really need it, and where we can have most impact in terms of social wellbeing, and in that I include the arts. And I want to acknowledge Councillor Houlihan for her endeavour to get some increase in arts funding, which I really appreciate. And that's certainly a message that came through the Creative Dunedin Partnership. But through this fund, we can see where that could best be applied and the level of that funding. And of course, economic development, because we know there are businesses that are struggling, and we can put some targeted funding in place and support in place for that particular group. So thanks to Councillor Staines for putting this part up, B and C. It's part of the motion, and I think this will have the best effect for our community. It also signals that we hear our community's hurt and we want to help.
Thank you. Councillor Raddick.
Yes. Whilst I would have preferred a lesser rate increase and a lesser increase in debt, I do recognise that we've got a machine to keep running, and so which acts for the support of our whole community. And I'm particularly pleased with the most recent additions to the budget, where not only do we put in an ambulance at the bottom of the cliff as far as social wellbeing goes, but we put a fence at the top of the cliff, or we do our best to put a fence at the top of the cliff to help economic development and save the businesses and the jobs that those businesses maintain in our community. So I think it's been a fascinating and interesting process to take part of, and I think the council has done well in the circumstances.
Further speakers? Councillor Vanderbilt.
I can't agree to any of these. 4.1 post-COVID is simply not sustainable. Every business that I know of is cutting back, trying to find reductions, trying to operate within the new space that we find ourselves. But the DCC charges on virtually regardless, with pretty much the budget that we had prior. All we've done is, for the appearance of things, to change the 6.5% that we were going to bump everything up by to some extra debt instead. To me, this is a window dressing.
Councillor, I think that's a mischaracterisation of the work that staff have done and then brought back to this meeting. It's not the same budget that we signed off in January with some extra debt instead of rates. There is a not insignificant reduction in operating expenses that contributed to that.
With respect, Your Worship, we get that little haircut every time we go through this exercise. And every year we're told that there's no more to be had out of the system, but invariably there is a bit.
So you're withdrawing your statement?
If you want me to withdraw it, I'll withdraw it.
Yeah,
I'd like to get on with what I have to say. If you don't like what I'm saying, I'll just withdraw it and carry on with the next item.
Yeah, that's fine.
Allocating $950,000 towards initiatives that we have no detail on, no idea what they are. Councillor Staines has said that this is not a slush fund, but when we leave the decision making to some other body or some other group, and it's almost $1 million, that feels very slushy to me.
Again, Councillor, that's not what this says. C says is requesting a report to come back to council with options for council to decide.
I was talking to B, Your Worship. I hadn't got to C yet.
They're the same thing, but carry on.
It's $950,000 that we are expected to vote on now. We've got absolutely no idea what it's actually going to do. We've got no detail.
That's fine. I'll wait for you to read C and then you can carry on.
For staff simply to write a report with a $950,000 price tag on it that we decide the price of but have no idea what's actually going to be in it, to me is a very backward way of doing things. If staff had written a report that suggested $950,000 worth of valid, useful things that we could do as a COVID response, I would be all over it like a rash. But this is not decision making. This is simply abrogating our decision making ability and leaving it to staff basically to write a retrospective report and spend the money. I can't agree with that either. Acknowledging the combined borrowing for Dunedin's Railways Limited, I don't accept that we have to borrow more in order to keep current levels of service. I don't accept the argument that spending $60 million on George Street in the next few years between Albany and the Exchange is maintaining levels of service. I don't accept that building new cycleways around the foreshore is existing levels of service. To me, these are all fanciful projects that certain minority groups are very keen on and have been put through our decision-making process in a way that doesn't actually present real benefits to all of Dunedin. We should be, in this process, trying to come to decisions that benefit all of Dunedin, and we should be making those specific decisions. I think we've lost a lot of opportunities in what could have been a real response to COVID-19, but in fact has basically been an adjustment in what we were going to do anyway, and a fairly slight one. For these reasons, I can't vote for any of these changes, and I look forward to a time when this council will actually recognise the real world situation, will actually recognise that all of the major businesses out there now are having to slash and burn, something which we have not only never contemplated, but what we have done the opposite of. which is simply to inflate and in debt. Constantly inflating our rates and constantly increasing debt by massive amounts more than inflation, to me, is the most unsustainable thing we can do as a council. And the irony of it is, those leading these charges claim to be agents of sustainability. I'm not buying it. I'm not voting for any of this either. Thank you.
Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, I do support B, allocating the 950,000, and that is because there are so many people that are desperate in our communities at the moment post-COVID, and I think this is a step to help some of those people. I think our criteria has to be very clear, because we, you know, like other councillors have said, we don't want it to be seen as just a welfare handout or a slush fund. But I think maybe the criteria around this could be that for when people have tried every other avenue and haven't had any success, and they can show genuine hardship, that they could come to this. Perhaps that's something staff will have to work out, I assume. But I also see this as an avenue for artists that have struggled during this time and haven't been able to have any income because of that, because they haven't been able to have audiences at all. But also obviously for the families, as Councillor Lafesso spoke about the other day, who she mentioned couldn't get into the swimming pool, but I would go further and say who can't even afford food on their table. However, we have to be careful we're not a welfare. This just isn't for people who want a welfare. There are avenues for that. I have a concern about A. I would like to see that being 3.5, but otherwise I'm happy with this. Thank you.
Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. I wasn't going to say anything, but due to the comments of a previous speaker who's made my blood boil, I will speak. I just want to thank the sterling efforts of all the staff who have worked so hard on this to get us to this point. I don't know how you do it, but thank you for doing such excellent work in such extremely difficult circumstances. And I'm sure I'm not alone around this table in passing on that heartfelt appreciation to all of you. Thank you.
Councillor Benson-Pope.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm also more than a little disappointed in the lack of vision expressed by a previous speaker. And I want to remind councillors of some of the comments I made yesterday. The wider context is not just a context of an extraordinary, unparalleled public health crisis in this country. It's the context of an unparalleled response from government, of huge support for currently around half our working community. $11 billion is the context in which we are discussing our budgets. And as I said yesterday, the $5 billion that has already gone into the wage subsidy is more than the whole of the annual commitment to working age benefits in this country. To understand the scale of the support that has come from government makes it completely unprecedented. We are extraordinarily lucky. This isn't a party political speech. We're just so lucky that we've seen that vision from government, not only with the decision about the lockdown that has probably made us the world leaders in terms of speed of recovery, let's cross our fingers, but the level of support for the community has been unprecedented, and I suspect unprecedented internationally. In that context, how visionless would we be not to do in our own way a similar, not to follow in our own way a similar set of efforts and a similar approach to supporting job-rich initiatives in our community, which our projects are, and also including funds such as the funds yet to be specifically dedicated and targeted here for the benefit and support of our community. And I just am so grateful that the vast majority of people around this table take that sensible view and are prepared to stand up and support our community that way. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor O'Malley.
Your Worship, I wasn't planning on speaking either. The rates increased to 4.1%. I think what I believe we ended up debating was whether that would be a lower rates increase with the support fund coming out of debt, or whether we're going to pay for it out of rates. And I guess my feeling would have been, I'm really not too upset with this, but I probably would have gone to that direction. It is an easy position to take to say that I can be so tough that I will cut back everything and slash it all to the bone. But the problem is when you've slashed to the bone, the run-on effects are so much more damaging to your city. And so I think it... Sorry, did you have something to say? I was speaking, sir.
You were spoken, Councillor Vandervis.
I find it frustrating that when we have a considered approach to what we're going to do with our budget, we then have to basically listen to someone who said, but you didn't listen to me and get me my way. We are 15 people. We have 15 different views. We come together as a council, and this is the will of the council that comes through. And there are times when I've been voted down, but you don't have the right then to act in a manner of not respecting the majority wish here. We've worked hard today. This is my 4th budget I've sat on. I tell you right now, we allocated far less funds than we've ever allocated before because we recognised the COVID-19 stringency upon our budget. We've done our best to keep our spending under control. The staff have cut 2.4 million out of operating costs. That is not a minor haircut. And then we have said that we cannot cut any further without cutting back the services that the council provides. We have asked the ratepayer, what can you carry? We don't think they can carry as much as it's needed, so we've taken out debt to take the burden off their shoulders temporarily. Obviously, we haven't taken it away from them forever, because we have to pay that debt back at some time. But we're getting through this rough period. I think this is a very, very well-even budget. And it's just frustrating to always have to listen to, you should have just been tough. Thank you.
Thank you. Further speakers? Councillor Loffiso.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd just like to thank the movers of this motion and also record my personal thanks to the staff and also the staff from the community development events team who have been working so hard across the board, really, not just that team, during lockdown to actually work on the ground and alongside people who Councillor Houlihan mentioned are in very dire straits, and they were in dire straits before the lockdown. So I want to quote Fran O'Sullivan, who was at the time in 1987 or 88 a writer for the National Business Review, and she was speaking of the sale of the state-owned assets into SOEs Act, and she said that whole raft of legislation, Rogernomics, was the biggest transfer of assets since Waitangi. And for me, we are living 7 generations decisions and actions that were imposed on tangata whenua and everyone else 7 generations ago in 1840. So for me, COVID-19, the impact of the lockdown is really, if you like, the roosters coming home to roost, in that we have to really make a paradigm shift. I'm not about piecemeal stuff, and I don't believe that Councillor Vandervis is, year to year, year on year. We've got to be bolder and braver than that, and have a long-term vision, and think not about next year or 10 years or 30 years. We actually have to think, what do we want our grandchildren's generations to inherit? And it has to start today. It had to start 10 years, 50 years ago, but we're here now. And so this is a small effort, a small step on the way to big change. And You know, we could see from the rest that Papa Tuanuku, Mother Earth, had from our lack of air travel or whatever it was. The planet got to breathe, and people got to breathe and also rest, and also think about their priorities. What do I want going forward? And I think this is a small step, and we're standing with the people, all of the people, in terms of making these changes today. So, kia ora. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Barker.
I'd like to support this motion as well. I would really like to acknowledge all of the staff who've taken salary cuts in order to help us as council make the decisions that we've had to make over the last few days. I'm also very happy with C about building a framework and a report, bringing it back to council to make sure that we still do have input and control over that spending of the COVID recovery fund.
Thank you. Councillor Wiley.
Like many, I actually hadn't planned on speaking, but firstly, I want to show my support for Councillor Staines in this motion. And secondly, I just get so frustrated with the broken record. And I mean that in the sense of, we had this debate yesterday, and it went the way it went. The part of what this motion to me is, it's more about how we are going to support in the recovery initiatives for social wellbeing and economic development objectives. That to me is the crux of it. We look at these papers we have reviewed, and the one thing that stands out to me is that we had a greater rate increase when we didn't face the challenges we had, because we knew how much work was in front of us. We knew that, for example, we had 125.9 million in infrastructure work that was going to be done, or thereabouts. So when we take this all and put it all together, the part I think, and most of us are touching on it, it's not just about what's happening here at council, it's about what's happening across the community. And how can we best show leadership and support the community? And what I do see coming out of this, and working in the direction we're working, is we're trying to find ways in every which way we can in investing in our community, our businesses and our people. And that's the part that I will continue to try to advocate for and push for, because together we're all going to lift or we're going to fall. And we need all the supports we can get, and whether that's through council, whether it's through other organisations, whether it's through government, whatever it is, we all have to try and rise together, because there's going to be a lot of people struggling to hang on, and I think that's the bigger picture. Thank you.
For my part, I can support this, and I thank Councillor Staines for expanding the scope of the support fund that we debated yesterday. This isn't a million miles, excuse the pun, removed from where I had initially intended that debate to go, but I didn't want the overall rates increase to go beyond 4.1%. I also didn't want the first decision of the meeting to hamstring any future discussions that we wanted to have around the various funding requests, and I agree with the comments made earlier. I think it's been remarkable how few of those have been debated and approved at this meeting, which I think is testament to the awareness, collective awareness in this room of the situation that we're in. Councillor Van der Vis has suggested that we should be making significant restructures to our organisation because that's what a business would do. That may be what a business would do, but we're not a business. That's not how, and that may be a worldview that people hold, that government should operate as a commercial business would, but we have far broader objectives and a far wider remit in terms of supporting our community's economic, cultural, environmental and social well-being. And that's not our strategy document, it's not our vision, it's an obligation that we have under the Local Government Act to support the four well-beings that has been reintroduced to the Local Government Act. So to suggest that we can ignore that, I think is a dereliction of our duty as governors of the city. The reason I focused
Point of order, Your Worship.
Point of order, Councillor Vanderbilt.
I never ever suggested that we should ignore those things. There are businesses that also have much broader objectives than just a plain profit. Look at the one that we recently hired.
Councillor, what's the point of order?
The point of order is that you've misquoted me.
I'm sorry.
Words in my mouth.
Sorry if that was the interpretation. I'd moved on from reflecting on your comments to a broader discussion of what the purpose of local government was. The comments I attributed to you were around running the council like a business, which is a fair summary of your... Yeah, that's fine.
Which is not the case.
No. The reason I in limiting the scope to half of what was proposed in the staff paper and limiting that scope to social wellbeing, as I said yesterday, that's where I saw the most urgent need. And I also reflected on Councillor Staines' oft-quoted mantra of economic development being a long game. And I did wonder, I look forward to seeing what comes out of this, what we can do to invest in that area that would have a short-term impact, because that isn't necessarily an easy thing to do in an economic development world. But then in saying that, nor is it in social wellbeing. And finally, I don't see these, and I think often we see these two things as being binary, social wellbeing and economic development. And Councillor Raddick made the comment that economic development is the fence at the top of the cliff and social wellbeing is the ambulance at the bottom. And I think that's an unfortunate way of looking at these things. That social wellbeing is, for people who are excluded by the current state of the economy. They are intrinsically linked. They are two sides of the same coin. Economic development is just one way of achieving social wellbeing, which goes far beyond the urgent needs of people. It's about inclusion and connectedness and safety and building stronger communities and all of those things that have benefits that go far beyond the year of the budget that we are approving today. So I'm looking forward to seeing the initiatives that come back and how they interrelate given that and having that debate at the end of June as to how we can best support particularly the short and medium term needs around social wellbeing and economic development in our community as a direct response to the submissions that have been made asking for us to do more in this area. Councillor Staines, your right of reply.
Thank you, Your Worship. Councillor Vanderbilt has indicated his concern that this budget line is only a slush fund. In moving it, that was certainly not my intent. I'm sure that staff will come back with a robust process for allocating this funding, and we have a responsibility to review those options and invest wisely. This money is part of our ratepayers' contribution, and our role is to make sure that if we spend it, we gain a benefit for our community. Clearly, we don't have a complete picture yet of the true impact. We know there has been significant impact from COVID-19. So if we don't know just how bad that is and where our best opportunities are, it would be unwise to allocate the money today to specific items. So there's some work to be done by all of us, because we are our community's representatives, to find the right places to invest this money, to gain the best return for our community. I can say that GDP, the Greater Dunedin Partnership, has been working for a number of weeks now with the facilitator to build a framework to focus recovery. And that recovery has actually looked at, the framework has looked at wider than just business. This is a complex issue to come back out of COVID-19. And so this framework is quite broad. So over the coming couple of weeks, this will be polished up, and I have a pretty good idea that it will come to the next Economic Development Standing Committee, so that you can see there is some serious thought that has gone into how we get some traction back into our economy. I'd like to thank my fellow councillors for their input in the debates during the annual plan that we've just gone through. You've actually changed my mind on a number of occasions, and that is what this is all about. That is robust debate, and I really appreciate it. And also thanks to staff for their excellent reports, their advice, and all the hard work that went into consolidating the community feedback that's helped us make these decisions. Thank you for supporting this resolution. I think we can do something good for our community with that money.
Thank you. I'll put the motion. All those in favour?
Division.
Oh, we'll take it by division. It's the last one for a while. Enjoy it.
Councillor Barker.
Aye.
Councillor Benson Pope.
Aye.
Councillor Elder.
Yes.
Councillor Gary.
Aye.
Councillor Hall.
Aye.
Councillor Houlihan.
Aye.
Councillor Lefiso.
Aye.
Councillor Lord.
Aye.
Councillor O'Malley.
Aye.
Councillor Raddick.
Aye.
Councillor Staines.
Aye.
Councillor Vandervis.
No.
Councillor Walker.
Aye.
Councillor Wiley.
Yes.
Your Worship.
Aye.
Carried 14-1.
Thank you, and congratulations to whoever had 247. Oh, we're not finished. One more. I'll move that Council approve staff comments for feedback topics as shown in the consultation database for the purposes of providing feedback on engagement, inclusion in the annual plan as appropriate, further follow-up or action by staff if required, and approve the changes to draft 2021 budgets resolved at this meeting for inclusion in the annual plan 2021 for adoption by Council on the 30th of June. My page says 202, but I assume that means 2020. Seconded, Councillor Gary. I'll put the motion. All those in favour?
Aye.
Those against? That's agreed. Sorry, it's 248. We've had 248 in the sweepstake for when the meeting will finish. That is one. Thank you, staff and colleagues, for your contributions and your efforts over the past, well, week really. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon and your unscheduled day tomorrow. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you, Aaron.
Thank you, Your Worship.